Hello, everyone. Welcome, friends and foes, survivors and killers, to Tenax Proving Grounds once again. I'm here, Pixelbush. I will be presenting today's very exciting semis and grand finals alongside uh, the magnificent Emmy. I think I'm just going to the right side. I think who'll be co-casting with me today. Hello, Emmy.
Hello, I'm so excited. Thank you for introducing me. Today, we will be having the semifinals between Team Asgard and Team Ascension. We will have three beautiful sets. It's going to be Doctor on Ratchet Shop, Lich on Dead Dog Saloon, and for the tiebreaker, we have Mastermind on Suffocation Pit 1. Are you excited?
Oh, absolutely. Obviously, I saw you in the chat for moments when we were doing the qualifiers yesterday, and we had obviously quite a bit of mastermind play in yesterday's sets, but that was on Cold Tower 1. So I'm curious to see how we handle Suffocation Pit, a map that's a lot more packed out if we end up getting to if we end up playing some mastermind. But I'm also a big fan of M1 Killers, so I think I'm looking forward to the Doctor set. Like, I Doctor's always an odd killer because he's so pain dependent. You know,
Yeah,
his
for
power
sure.
depends whether or he's one of the few killer powers alongside like Huntress that scales with how much you're paying your ISP for your connection. Um, but no, I'm looking forward to seeing Doctor see some play because I like to see how because you see a lot of doctors make a lot of mistakes in chase, where they're like spamming their shot when they shouldn't be. I like to see doctors when they're smart enough to not be doing that.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm crossing fingers to see some high level doctors. I mean, you don't see a huge amount.
And you can trust these top tier comp killers to definitely know their range, their detonation of the static blasts, or the static shock, much rather. And the doctor set is all about teamwork because against such an oppressive anti loop power, there's only so much you can do as a solo survivor, right? But once you
Yes,
bring in the teamwork, when people that are not incapacitated start dropping pallets for you, taking hits for you, making sure you reach the important good death spots on the map, you don't die inside the active gens or something like that. That is what the doctor said really gets super interesting for me because it's so good to see what these teams can do, how they've practiced their teamwork, and how they're able to extend their chases by, yeah, playing together and being a team rather than a group of solo players.
indeed. I'm looking at the bands here, and I'm a little. Obviously, if for hashtag self promotion here, I just made a video talking about the Crossu. So it is interesting to see Crossu being a decently high priority band out of Asgard. She's not a killer we've seen a huge amount before. I remember when I think it was the Halloween Haunt back in October. We had a showcase match of Crossu in between her first second rounds of nerfs, but she's not really been a killer I've seen around a huge amount. I think really most people have seen a huge amount across. So uh, I am I don't know. It's just curious to me. I'm not sure what the balancing on her. I'm not sure what team expertise on her is like. Maybe that's why she got banned. I don't
Yeah,
know. She's just a
she's
bit.
just in a really weird spot in comp right now. Many of the leagues don't really know where to put her because there are
Yeah,
very few Crasio mains out there in the comp scene that are like, okay,
yeah.
you need to make the balancing like this, and we can't play her on Suffocation Pit anymore because the chase is too long and the teamwork is too oppressive. So people have not really practiced her a lot. That's what I can tell from my team at least. So
Makes a lot of
it's just
sense.
comfort, right? You're just like, maybe they've played Krasu. I don't want anything to do with this. Let's get her out of the way. Focus on something that people are more used to. Lich, very classic pick. Doctor, very, very standard comp pick. And of course, Mastermind, even though he's on Suffocation Pit, it's been a map that's been rising in popularity lately, even though I still much prefer the Cold Tower experience. As you mentioned earlier, the main difference between the two maps is how the Suffocation Pit, of course, is very drawn out with its bell-shaped layout, and it's a much larger map than Cold Tower. So the average result for Wesker on Suffocation Pit should be worse than on Cold Tower.
For
But
sure.
sometimes maybe you get to defend a nice 5-gen top, maybe a nice 4-gen, and you can make it so hard for survivors to break through.
Good. As soon as you said defending 5-gen on top side, it reminded me of yesterday's Blight game with Wispy's 5-gen.
Oh, it just
What a deadlock that was. An absolute clown fiesta. I love it.
yeah,
Um,
it feels so horrible when you just realize, oh, wait, there is still another gen up here, and you're just struggling to do anything, resources getting depleted, and it really turning into that
Absolutely.
slugfest.
There are always more gens to do. I did appreciate, by the way, making sure to actually refer to Vecna as the Lich, given we're about to get knockoff Vecna um, in a couple of weeks. That will take some getting used to. When we say Vecna, and people say which one.
Yeah.
That will make me a little uncomfortable as someone who's loved D&D since I was a kid. You know, like it's a
All
stolen
I'm
valor. You know.
all I'm gonna
Um,
say is I ain't calling anybody Henry, and I'm not calling
yeah,
Vecna the Lich. So
I'm absolutely calling him Henry. There is no stopping me calling him Henry. He does. He is a Henry. If you look at him, he just it's a Henry. Yeah,
yeah, sure.
uh,
Okay,
yeah.
maybe you have a
I'm
point.
never not referring to him as Henry. Um, I'm curious to see what's going to happen to him because obviously we're in that period now where his PTB's over, but there'll be changes being made to him possibly as we speak to get him ready for live.
Yeah.
Um, I'm curious to see what the competitive scene is going to make of him because a lot of people have been comparing him to Nurse in terms of being a kind of having an abnormal approach to chasers, being more about pinpoint precision, like you're not blinking in the same way that Nurse does, but it's picking a precise point where the survivor really doesn't want to be standing at that exact moment, and that's what Nurse does. It's a a, a, a different song playing to the same tune.
Well,
Um,
he also does have to hit the survivor twice with an
that is true. He
unreliable quote
does.
unquote projectile, so
That is true. He
he's gonna
does.
be anywhere between Nurse
Oh
and
yeah.
unknown.
Oh yeah, he's like he's obviously power level a different beast entirely to Nurse by a mile. But I am curious to see how people will learn to adapt to him.
Yeah.
Whether like the whole LOS force 50/50 that makes defines Nurse. So much of playing as Nurse is denying line of sight and forcing her to guess. How much of that is going to be transferred to playing against the Henry? Um, as opposed to kind of more figuring out their own counterplay, or just holding W really hard and hoping that works and gets you out of the range of all of his AoEs.
Yeah,
Um,
and I know a lot of the top tier comp players that are actively streaming have ranked him towards A tier, so not quite
mhm.
nurse level. But
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's gonna be an unknown situation where over time
Yeah.
the counterplay is gonna get so soft that you're going from 4K2 territory to 4 stage territory. I'm really curious.
Yeah.
Obviously, Vecna does have some things going for him. And well, the first does have some things going for him.
Yeah, I truly don't know, especially because he might get changed from P2B to live. We just don't know yet. But I'm at least curious to find out. Um, he's going to be odd. I think an unknown comparison might be pretty apt. Um, he seems to be very much like if the survivors don't make mistakes, um, he's a 110. He's a 110 will slow himself down a lot. Um, and yeah, again, this happened with unknown. The more telegraphing you give a killer like that, and the more wiggle room you give the survivors to get around these again fairly small, somewhat telegraphed AoEs. We just don't know, but I think an unknown comparison might be pretty apt once the like survivor teams figure out how to like again breaking LOS and where they can go to make his prediction shots more like guesses.
Yeah, and those are gonna depend on which map he ends up being played on as well.
Yes.
Because in comp, Nurse gets put on the smallest map, of course. Cold Tower being one of the smallest map
Yeah,
with a really powerful 3-gen setup towards the top side. And yeah, if you end up putting the first on something like Suffocation Pit, it's gonna be a whole different story because his
absolutely.
mobility obviously comes in short bursts with a lot of cooldown.
Yeah,
So yeah.
I
Meanwhile, our good old Vecna Lich
hmm.
on that Dark Saloon. Also, a matchup that can go either way. We've seen some super talented killer players getting 4Ks as Vecna. Other times he gets very few stages. And it's also a matchup that's been evolving quite a bit, with survivors being way more aware of the potential places where the elevation of the skeletons can be abused, but also the killer players adapting really smartly and going for more and more crazy hit shots, trick shots while falling down on main building and stuff like that. It's been such a pleasure to watch the Lich really come into its own on that Dark
Yeah,
Saloon.
kind of finding a home, because that's always the hard part when adding any sort of new killer to the to people's competitive rosters. It is finding that home for them. That's what we're saying. That's what kind of what you were saying about Krasu struggling to find a home because there just isn't really the player base to support the task of finding that home. There needs to be density, a sufficient density and skill level of that killer's players who are able to guide the balancing and figure out play styles from both sides. And some killers just don't get that. Obviously, Krasu hasn't had that. There are some other killers I can think of who might be struggling to find a home. I might happen to know at least one of them quite intimately. Um, it makes me really happy to see that the Lich has found a home. That he's found the people who are capable of determining where he needs to go. Dead Dog, an inspired map choice. Again, so much verticality, which gives the skeletons a lot more depth than they would have on a more flat map. Um, and also even the pallets is a lot like obviously mage hand's utility depends entirely on how many pallets are quote unquote mage handable, how many you can get value for, how they are like the right shape and size that a mage hand can convert to a hit a decent amount of the time. And Dead Dog is full of those, especially in the like grassy area behind the gallows. Lots of pallets that mage hand will be really handy at. But
Yeah.
so yeah, it really is an inspired map choice. I think a killer who feels very much paired with that map in the same way to Ghostface does on Larry's. Just
I've gotta say, those filler palettes in the grassy slash desert slash gallows area on Datak Saloon, they've gotta be my favorite palettes in the game to play. It's so fun to hold
absolutely,
distance on them, to mind game,
yeah,
to just leave them connecting to like maybe a wagon palette. They are such peak design. And
they are.
so
They're very
much
skill expressive.
about Dead Dogs is just such good design, which really cements its place in comp. Definitely like
Absolutely,
one of the big three in my opinion.
yeah.
To me,
I remember.
comp is
Sorry.
like there's like a top 5 of maps. It's probably Suffocation Pit, Cold Tower, Wrecker's Yard, Dead Dog Saloon. That's like those are the maps, right?
Absolutely. Now, I remember when Behavior ran their little poll a little while ago when they did the map surveys. They determined that Dead Dog Saloon is the most well liked map in the game.
Fair.
And my first response immediately was fork founding kitchen. Like, there are vanishingly few people who dislike that map, and that is really impressive, given that it's a map in Dead by Daylight, which DBD's map design we all know can be a little erratic,
Mhm.
but also that it is the poster child for breakable walls,
Yeah.
which were a mechanic people hated for years, and yet no one talks about it anymore. No one talks about breakable walls anymore. We haven't had many new breakable walls on a map in a very long time. I think that we had one on Ormond Lake Mine. I think Ormond Lake Mine has got one at the back,
Yes.
but aside from that one on Lake Mine, we haven't had a breakable wall since was it the Gideon rework? Like we get we used to get breakable walls like every new map, but we just don't really get them anymore.
They tried
And
to make it happen on Garden of Joy, but then
they
they
did,
scrapped the idea because it
yeah,
made the main building even stronger when they tried
yep,
to make it weaker.
yeah.
And I think now, I don't think Dead Dog Saloon is the perfect map. I personally
Mm.
despise the breakable walls in the main building. I think maybe like either the back or the front breakable pallets should be broken at the start of the game,
Yeah, that's fair
because
enough.
if you are ever gonna decide, okay, I might have to commit chases on main building, you're breaking both doors, right?
Yeah, without a doubt. Unless you're playing specifically Trapper, because then
Oh,
because then you want them to vault the window.
well, if I'm playing Trapper on DDS, I'm just locking
Yeah,
down the Gallows
then
area.
then you've already lost. Yeah, but that's beside the point.
Okay. Sorry for the slight delay. We have the teams joining the lobby right now. It's being set up right now.
Absolutely.
Team Asgard being on the killer first, and it's gonna be the Doctor. Just give us a second, please.
Absolutely. And which map was that on again? I
Wretched
may
Shop.
have forgotten. Wretched Shop. Yes, thank you very much. That seems like a quite reasonable map for Doctor. High levels of visibility, like within tiles. So obviously, like Doctor won't have to guess as much as to exactly when the survivor's going to be passing through like pallets throughout the course of a tile, which critically important skill for timing your shocks right. It really, as you said, is just going to be a question of teamwork because everything's all cards on the table. Doctor's a very telegraphed kid in terms of what he can do and when he can do it. The map will have good visibility, so comms should be clear. Yeah, everything's cards on the table. It's a test of teamwork. So that's going to be a good time, I think. A fairly, I don't want to say boring set, but unambitious might be the term. I don't know. But you know what I mean. Like we're not likely to see anything amazingly dramatic and flashy in this set because it's one man with stick, and
Yeah.
that is sometimes that's what you got. That's what sometimes is what you got to have. It's like adding fiber in your diet.
Well,
It's just a healthy thing to watch.
the Doctor said is flashy in its own right. The survivors don't get a
True.
lot of access to perks, so they can't make any flashy Unbreakable, Deliverance, Dead Hard plays, right? So they've
Yeah,
got to use what little they are given, like head on, being able to drop pallets for each other to still achieve a good result. So
absolutely.
that is how a simple set gets its flashiness in its own way, I would say.
Oh, for sure. Well, let's see. Restriction breeds creativity,
Yeah.
and Doctor obviously demanding heavy restrictions on the survivors, and the map restricting them further by being small and a little volatile, perhaps. Yeah, they are going to have to do a lot with a little, and we will see if they are capable of doing so with a very, very skilled killer on the Herman.
Yeah.
I was doing it with the first, and now I'm arranging everyone like this. I need to stop. I need to take a bit of a
The Herman.
yeah, the Herman. Looks like we are just about to be loading in. Right once again, we've got Asgard versus Ascension. Not to be confused with Ascent, which was a mistake I made yesterday. Ascent and Ascension are both playing today, but they are different teams.
Yeah.
So yeah, do not make the mistake I made and confuse the two.
Also, a little fun fact, all of the teams that have made it to the semifinals today start with the letter A. So maybe if you're looking to rename your team, maybe that's good luck,
Maybe.
We're gonna have DW on the killer first. Very experienced player, if I'm not mistaken, Russian player. So there is gonna be a bit of spicy Doctor ping in there.
Oh, let's go.
And definitely someone you can trust on the M1.
Excellent.
Now, we do have a pretty new skill build for the Doctor coming in. We've got Rapid Brutality and batteries included. That is, if I recall correctly, a build that rose to popularity in DBD ranked around that time. Usually we went for maybe rapid and sloppy, maybe you would say a save the best for last, but this is just an overwhelming speed build. The first chase gets found onto Corvo, but our other survivors are making their way to the gens, just playing this little filler palette. Unfortunately losing the 50 and taking a pretty early tag here after dropping the pallet gem.
Just to ignore the other edge map palette and heading instead rather into the map, kind of pushing towards the corrupted gens, but there's only so long that this chase is going to last, given how unsafe this filler is.
That is a super fast down for DW. Really well played by Asgard. And Corvo just a tiny bit caught off guard there.
That was remarkably quick. I'm a huge fan, side note, of the haste perks on Doctor. Massive fan. Because so much of Doctor is decided by little increments of distance. And against, 115 M1s, these survivors will likely be very practiced. They know how much value you can get out of the distance you can make at a tile, especially against someone Doctor who slows it down a little bit. But rapid brutality and batteries, especially when later in the game batteries, will mess with that muscle memory. It will like when people used to complain about Merchant getting that 3% haste she had. It'd just be just enough to throw them off, and that could be a game changer. And I suspect we are going to see a lot of value out of especially batteries and cultivator in this game.
Yeah, because the fun thing about batteries, right? You're gonna be like, oh, I'm not gonna get value out of it. Like, if the gen's already done, what's the point? Well, these are comp survivors. They want to take the chase to where the gens are already done because it's the good death spot. But then the Doctor gets more chase for them. Now, DW is trying to get the tunnel out. Yobex unfortunately unable to drop the pallet, but DW still swings through, missed swing. This is the team play that we've been talking about. But a problem with hit tanking against rapid brutality, you're gonna get that speed boost. And if you're not on point with where you're gonna go as the hit tanker, you might not make it back to a safe position.
2 gens pop at once. That's the second down onto Corvo.
And I'm pretty sure that was batteries included value right there. Gen pops, killer gets 5% faster. Corvo, caught off guard, goes down. Nobody able to help him, and that is second hook secured at 2 gens popped. I think DW is on a really great pace here. They will need to reset Ubex or just get some gen progress out. Ubex found in chase now.
Yeah. Any of the next hooks are either going to be either a dead Corvo or more likely just a new pain res, and that's a deal that I'd be perfectly happy to take. Either a dead survivor or a pain res prop. Both of those things are perfectly fine result to whatever next chase you happen to have. It looks like that's going to be Wobex eating floor.
Yeah.
Let's see. Is there a pain res around? It looks like there is.
And that was kind of just guess spotting, because of course our Doctor player has the discipline add-on, which, if the survivor is in chase, causes the red stain to appear under the survivor, making it almost impossible to read the red stain of the actual position of the killer. And now we do find the reset in main building. Pallet being pre-dropped, but DW, okay, they are able to finish the heal onto Corvo.
Yeah. Getting your kicks in when you've got the opportunity, not this on the survivor in a chase.
Oh, he finds the tunnel out.
Yeah,
does he?
Critically, Doctor can also see the red stain from discipline. So there is, when Corvo's in Madness 3, there is just a giant red beacon over his head saying, "Hey, Doctor, please come and get me." So it does help at a glance you to pick out exactly which survivor is being affected here. So Corvo's in a little bit of trouble. He's got a palette he can work with, but DW is very careful trying to zone him away from anything he might be able to use more productively than that fairly garbage fella.
Well played, wins the 50 there. And this chase has to be... Corvo needs some help here. The team needs to come in and make something happen, because this Felix is just dead now. And we don't really have the chance to support such an early tunnel out. Claudette also has not been reset. They're starting the reset now. But a death at 3 gens remaining. even with
rough.
2 of them about to pop is quite unfortunate, I must say.
It is indeed. And again, 2 pain resonances in the chamber. So it's not like the Doctor is entirely out of slowdown either. This game, this was a huge momentum swing in favor of DW right now. Looks like Dwight was the only one who could realistically come take that hit because Laurie needed to get the pull on Robex, and Robex was still injured. So realistically, the only one who could have done it was the Dwight. So maybe that was in chess vernacular, you sacrificing your queen. You know, making a big gamble there to let Corvo die to force through that 3rd gen. We will see if that will work out for them in the long term. I suspect it may bite them in the arse. But
Yeah,
we
they
are
needed to break
likely
that.
not to find out.
They needed to break that topside gen setup. And now Laurie on a very, very important chase. That's the fun thing about Doctor as well. If you manage to have an exceptional individual chase, you can carry the game. And that's exactly what we have to see here now.
Yeah, Laurie
10%
has
speed,
some wizardry.
10% increased haste for DW from both batteries and rapid brutality. You can't really loop against that.
No, especially not when the Doctor can also just turn off the notion of pallets in general. Oh, that. If I was playing, if that was my net, I wouldn't have hit that. I'm going to be honest with you. If that was my net, I wouldn't have hit that. But I guess that is the Russian player privilege for you. You have to respect it.
Yeah,
Now it's going to be 3rd payments coming down.
oh my god, this last gen is so close. This painless has to come through. Oh my god, it's right next to
just
the
in
hook.
time.
No, he can just
Just
camp
in
the hook
time.
and the gen now. Oh, that was
Both
so
in Madness
close.
3, so they can't even finish. They can't even force the gen through. Oh, that was a critical moment for that pain res. I was not ready for that last gen to be practically ready to pop.
Yeah, they really cranked it up with the gen efficiency, and it was much needed too.
Yeah, Dwight taking the hit there.
Claudette snapped out
has-
of Madness tier
yeah.
3, and DW
So-
returns to the gen.
Yeah, DW has to be aware of how much pressure we're under right now. This is a rather frightening situation.
Yeah.
And again, they've all now stepped out of their madness, but likely to see a reset coming out from Laurie and Dwight here. Unless the gen pops right now, if Wobex is kind of snuck onto the last generator,
you found
he's been
Claudette.
found. So
Now, the thing is, the Ascension survivors made a really heads-up play by unhooking our ace immediately, because if DW gets to stop the unhook there, then it spells trouble. So they got the perfect situation to unhook just before the shock could have denied the unhook, because if he's able to camp both the 90% progress gen and a hooked survivor there, that spells the end for the survivors. So really heads-up play by Dwight Fald, well played to the survivors.
I've been enormously respecting this this chase here, because there has not been a DW in many cases has had opportunities where you'd think he was going to shock, but like reads that Wobex is not going to go for the palace, and just says, okay, fine, we'll hold W a bit longer. And I massively appreciate that level of, if you'll pardon the pun, restraint from DW there. No, like being able to read into the Claudette's actions like in ways that you might not be able to kind of appreciate if it only happened once, but it's been happening pretty reliably. It's chase with Laurie. Importantly, Dwight is still a pain resonance in the chamber.
Oh, nice hit. Yeah, our survivors have basically all in on that one generator by stacking it and not maybe starting a new one. Since the gen split does favor the survivors, they don't want to give up on this high progress just yet. Maybe hoping that Urbex would have a better chase, maybe just enough for them to crank out that last generator. Unfortunately, that gambit failed, and now we're in chase with the Dwight Fald, who is, as you pointed out, our last pain resonance. You can also see Laurie, our ace, on the hut, starting a new generator, thinking, okay, maybe we gotta spread out a bit, not all in on this gen anymore, it's too contested.
Yeah.
We'll see if that's the right strategy.
The shot, unfortunately, not quite going where they're hoping we're doing, and now it's going to be the block and double back vault. There's the down. We know there's a pain res decently close to here, so we're likely to see it come down. Is that going to hit Laurie's gen, or is it going to hit the one? It doesn't hit Laurie's gen. That's going to hit the. That's going to hit the one probably nearer the hook, which means Laurie. Oh wow, those are
DW
separate
has to
gens.
get there in time. Oh my god. He shocks both. Oh my god, he gets both!
Oh, this is a game changer.
Laurie's
They're both
in
in
tier
Madness 3. They
3.
can't repeat the gen.
Oh
They're in
my
Madness
god.
3, yes. Oh, and that is a... We said there was nothing flashy going on. We said there was nothing flashy going on. But what a resolution, quick and nasty, to Ascension versus Asgard. Round 1. That is a 4K with 1 gen remaining. 1 gen remaining by the skin of Asgard's teeth. DW putting in a hell of a play. They're making a split-second decision that paid off spectacularly.
That
Oh,
came down
wow.
to seconds. Beautiful
It did.
game sense by DW, winning the 50 between what gens the two are working on. And
For
that was
sure.
not a rage quit by our killer player. Don't worry about it. In scrims, it is usually a custom that when the game is quote unquote over, you just disconnect. DW didn't mean to do that on tournaments that are being broadcast. It is a bit of bad manner, but it was not intentional.
Yes.
Don't worry, no bad manners happening here. DW already made sure to apologize. So just a slight misunderstanding. The result is going to be 4K1 for Team Asgard. Pretty damn good result. 4K0
Absolutely.
would still have been real good because in the doctor set you are expected outs. I would say the average is between, I'm not
Yeah, I
going to
believe
say it,
that.
6 and 8 stages.
Thank you. I know I've got a couple of friends watching who were probably punching the air when you said that, and I appreciate that you made them a little bit more upset.
But really well played.
Absolutely. Like, there are so many moments in that game, so many critical moments where DW could easily have had the game slip through their fingers. There was the uninterrupted tunnel out of Corvo. There was the pain resonance on the 99 gen.
Yeah.
That was, I believe, when Laurie got hooked. That smashed the Claudette's 99 gen. And then obviously the ending situation where both survivors hit Madness 3 at the exact moment they do not want to be in Madness 3.
Yeah.
That was DW played that game like a fiddle. Not to rag on the survivors in any way, shape, or form. They all did what they needed to do. They all played very, very well. I just saw so many moments there where DW had maybe a very narrow margin for error and did exactly what he needed to do to take that well-deserved 4K.
Yeah, and I do think this is more DW's M1 mechanics coming through rather than him being more of a doctor expert. I do think in most doctor sets we would have seen a couple more shocks, but DW just made it happen with solid mind games, good M1 mechanics, and knowing his distance on the shocks and making great use of his parks as well.
Yeah, I've always said that Doctor's got he feels like a killer who's got a lot of transferable skills, and a lot of skills can be transferred to him. So it's like, effectively every mid-range zoner in the game, they have a little bit of Doctor blood in them. You know, they're like because the core of mid-range zoning in Dead by Daylight is: are they going to the vault location or are they going to fake it? Are there that is a decision that you make whether you play Pyramid Head, Nemesis, Dracula, any of those mid-range zoners. But that calculation, the killer who made that a common chase archetype was Doctor. He was the killer who started that. Are they going to greed or are they going to drop? Are they going to vault or are they going to fake? That was the Doctor thing. That was what he was known for doing. So it's like I've always said he's a great killer, especially if you're like a beginner player, because then you can learn to play any mid-range zoner. You can learn to play any of these types of killers. And that happens the other way too. It means if you play other M1s, if you play other zoners, then Doctor's power can come quite naturally to you. I think that's what we saw from DW. He's got that experience playing M1s, playing that, like, just having that intuition of knowing when they're going to vault, knowing when they're faking, and that transfers to Doctor very, very smoothly.
Yeah. I do actually think that Doctor was the first killer to suffer from the quote-unquote artist syndrome, where if
Yeah,
you just spam your power, right, you're gonna hurt yourself more than you're gonna hurt the survivors because you slow
for
yourself
sure.
down every time you shock. And on some loops, if a survivor just runs them tightly, you're not gonna catch up. So in the highest level, every shock has to be on point, and that is why he's both such a rewarding and punishing killer at the same time. Because
Absolutely.
if you're playing versus that one survivor who's on the god ping and they just make every vault and you've been shocking them around the loop 3 times already and they make the vault again, you're gonna rip your
Yeah.
hair out and you
And
ask
and you
yourself,
and they've got resilience and there's Dance With Me involved, and your wife's left you, and your dog's died, and your car's broken down. You know, like
I just wanted
we've
to
all
play
had.
a game of Doctor, man. What is happening?
I just like to shock them and then giggle. Looks like we are loading into Wobex's match as the Doctor.
We certainly have a couple familiar names here on
Absolutely.
Asgard's survivor side. You probably know Palaloop, you probably know Vobble. DW playing on survivor side as well as the Bill. And we have Crow, definitely the reason why Ascension decided to ban Blight in the picks and bans, and the first chase has been found onto Palaloop. We see the exact same build coming out from Urbex on the Doctor, but this time the chase is going around the main building, and Corrupt Intervention is more towards the bottom side of the map. So maybe our survivors will be slightly more interrupted on the gens that they need to do. I've also been notified by production that there is a 0.5 point penalty for Team Ascension on the killer side, because they brought a duplicate bug. It's different survivors, right? So
That's
the win condition is changed slightly because of that. Great looping coming out from Palaloop. DW in position to take the hit, unfortunately takes a bit of a bad tag, and now Urbex is able to just change targets and chase the Bill instead. Shaq,
accurate chase transfer.
pretty strong tile against most killers, but Doctors do have some tricks up their sleeves. I was really
unfortunate
hoping.
shock timing. Unfortunate shock timing.
I was really hoping the window vault would come through.
Yeah, the looks like DW's got a really good connection there, just being able to make it just about through that pallet as the shot comes through.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the peer-to-peer days when you'd shock somebody in the middle of a vault. Oh, we shocked someone in the middle of a vault and it would wind them back out of the vault.
This is
those
already
were the days.
looking
They weren't the
so
days,
much better for
Absolutely.
Team Asgard Survivor. Remember, for the first chase, they basically got nothing. It was a 30-second 2-tap, and
Indeed.
right now 2 gens have already popped for the first down to come in.
Absolutely.
Palaloop has been reset, DW goes down, but in the perfect spot, can be very proud of himself.
For sure, that was a hell of a chase.
And it's a
Check pallet
basement
is down
hook.
to a big basement hook. Now, that was a
That's-
really, really impressive early chase from Palaloop and from DW.
Yeah, great team play. Even though the hit tank was less than ideal. We call that taking a bad tag in comp. Is when like, guys, I'm here for the hit. Oh, I took a bad. Yeah, he's on me. He's on me.
Oh, it worked out in the end. Results
It did,
based
for
thinking.
sure.
Yes, critically though, that basement hook was, as given its basement hook, not a pain resonance hook. So keeping 4 in the chamber, which does make sense. 2 gens had just popped, so maybe Webex was thinking it's not worth going for a pain res here because the gen progress might not be too high. But it does look like Crow is slamming out a 3rd gen as we speak. So
Yeah.
we'll see if not burning that pain resonance comes into play later, or if it's kind of like a missed opportunity.
The real value from a basement hook, usually as the unhook comes through with no problems, well played by Bobo, great timing. The value of a basement hook is usually if you're able to get it inside of the 3-gen, and then you can patrol your 3-gen and the hook survivor. And I don't think that our doctor had a great 3-gen around the shack.
Yeah, I didn't notice one, but I wasn't really looking for it, to be fair. Yeah, I'm seeing 2 gens near shack, but I'm not seeing a third.
Oh, nice. Urbex wins the mind game there, doesn't swing into the pallet.
Unfortunate, almost. I was wondering, is DW's head on going to come up? But unfortunately, it wasn't quite. We weren't quite that lucky. So we are going to get another. This time it is a pain revenue. So I'm not bothering with the basement. We're a bit closer to main building this time. Yeah, that gen spread. If you squint really hard, it's a 3-gen. It's not really a 3-gen, but you know.
Maybe if you're blind. Maybe
if you're blind or you're Kazuki, it's a 3-gen. Yeah, like there are 3-gens on the map, but I don't think that's one. I don't think that's one of the spreads that you want.
Yeah.
Kind of an arc of gens.
And with the penalty, I think the win condition for Ascension is 4K2, and with the progress that we're seeing on the map, and with DW not even being tunneled out yet, it is looking very, very good for Team Asgard.
Oh, for sure.
We see DW just recycling the places where he's already looped, just staying out of the gens. Loop coming in for a great hit tank here. Tries to swing past him, unfortunately it doesn't work. We should be seeing the last generators being slammed right now by our survivor squad while this chase is still going on. Oh, another doctor swing and Urbex does get punished. Last generator pops.
Gen popping.
It's just 2 hook stages on the board. No it, no nothing. We take attack, maybe we get a fresh hook in the end game. It won't win us the game, but it's the best result that we can play for right now. Throw and chase. Doesn't make the vault because of batteries. Well played by Urbex. And hold up, there's many injured survivors on the map. Maybe we can make something happen here.
Maybe the old hubris will not the Pearl hubris, you know, the Greek tragic concept of hubris will come back to bite them, but we just don't know.
Yeah.
Endgame collapse has not started yet, I don't think.
The gate has just been opened.
Oh, it's just been opened, yeah.
But again, it is not possible for Urbex to win this set anymore. We're just playing for best result. And I think the best you can get is probably another flash hook, another stun. Well played by Bobo. And DW coming in to take the down for his teammate, knowing he's worth the lead stages. This Bill knows how to body block. He is wide. Well played.
Without a doubt. Honestly, in both the killer and survivor round, DW has very much been the star of the show. Some really, really solid M1 killer play from Doctor with some really tight decision making. And then in this round, basically being the primary target of Urbex's attention. And was he bothered? Nah. DW didn't care. You know, like you can't. Utterly unflappable, even in the face of being clobbered by the large Herman man.
Oh my, you can really see the 10% speed boost coming in anytime he gets a hit with Rapid. It's just not loopable. And now we're messing up just a tiny bit, aren't we? We should just take our outs. We don't want to see that.
Yeah, perhaps not.
Sorry about that, but we care a lot about sportsmanship in Tenax.
Yeah, that's rude.
You can do that to your friends in a pub game if they know it's you, but it's a professional tournament and we'd rather not have bad sportsmanship in here. Probably just a bit of joking around between friends, but overall.
Yeah. On a broadcast game, not the best.
Okay. Wait, do they want to unhook those?
I think they might do.
I don't think they should.
They think they should, but they have already won, so they might be they might be feeling a little bit greedy.
Yeah. With Rapid Brutality, I think it's very, very unlikely. Oh.
Yeah.
He just lets the unhook happen for free. Maybe
Oh.
there's some behind the scenes stuff going on right now since the
Yeah.
set was already won.
Indeed. Warbeck's controller died.
Maybe.
In any
But
case,
yeah.
that does, regardless, that is
The first set goes to Team Asgard. Well played
it
on both
does.
Killer and Survivor.
Indeed. And we're moving on in short order to the Lich, I believe.
Yes. And then we have Mastermind last. It's a best of 3.
Yep.
So this could already be decided by Team Asgard.
Sure, this is gonna. I've not really seen much Doctor in the competitive settings. Obviously, my experience with comp is not anywhere near on the level of yours. It's mostly been through casting for Tenax, if I'm honest. And Doctor's been a pretty infrequent, I suppose, the matches that I've casted. So it was a lot of fun to see exactly how Wobex and especially DW handled the challenges of being a killer who with an international reputation for losing games of Dead by Daylight. No,
Great way to put it.
Calling it a bad killer seems unfair. He's just very good at losing. But no, but there wasn't really much to comment on that match in terms of the decisions being made. Then there was they chased DW a lot. There were some good hit takes. Smart decisions made by the survivors in terms of choosing where the aggression should be going. But at the end of the day, DW was the focus of attention for 90% of that match. And he handled the pressure really well.
Oh yeah,
There's not
absolutely.
really much more to say than that.
But just phenomenal chases, good teamwork, and a bit of an unusual end game, I must say. But...
yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, gonna write a strongly worded letter to Wobex about that. But in any case, yeah, that was a pretty damn solid first round.
Yeah, and this
moving on to the Lich.
With Asgard having played Killer first, I assume this was Asgard's pick, and they definitely made it work. So Ascension's pick would have been the Lich. So I am sure they have a little something prepared for us to get themselves back into the match.
Yeah, this is their home field advantage. So let's see what the wizard man, the bold wizard man, can handle on this map. Because again, as I said before, it very much feels like this is Lich's kind of home territory. All the elevation, all the playable palettes, even fly at main, because main is known to be a huge time sink. But the gantries and stuff, fly can be used there. It's more navigable with fly than a lot of main buildings are, because they're often a bit more windy, or there's like pallets in the main building that are a problem. Whereas with DDS, it's the shape of the building, and fly is good at handling that. So we get to see a killer here who can leverage the map's strengths and even its weaknesses to like things that would slow a lot of other killers down, and leverage them to his advantage. So I'm curious to see why Ascension was so keen to pick this killer, because I'm ready for some. Let's see some magic.
Yeah. Don't you miss the times when you would boot up your Dead by Daylight and Wagner would be calling you poor every single time? Oh, good times, man.
No,
Thank you for reminding me.
It's beautiful. And that's going to be one of those things that the new players, once it came with FNAF or something, they're not going to know that. That's lore. That's history. People sometimes you just can't. These will be Unk memories in a few years' time. People will go, "Oh, calling Vecna, calling you Paul. Wow, you're such an OG player." And it really doesn't feel like that long ago, but it'll be 2 years in the summer.
Okay, the players have loaded in. I was able to take a quick peek at the lobby and latex on the Lich. P100, that's what we love to see. Very curious build coming out here. Opting into the the batteries and rapid, just like in the Doctor set, but no corrupt intervention. And
Yes, I was
instead
about to say no
preferring
corrupt is kind of
eruption.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Corrupt intervention is like the most picked perk in comp, and for a good reason. Oh my god. Vobo.
Oh, Vobo with nerves of steel there, waiting for that. Just staring Latex in the face, waiting for the stun.
So that is actually a tech that works 25% of the time. You walk back
yes.
into the pallet, so you don't lose the prompt to drop it. And 25% of the time, you will just get the prompt. And oh, nice down by Latex onto Vobo on the sack. But yeah, it's a feature that's been in the game since Wagner's release, and it's so frustrating for Wagner players. I feel so sorry for them.
And it's also very ping dependent, if I remember correctly. Yeah, your chance changes enormously depending on whether or not you're playing on your own server. Which is someone who plays on NA servers a lot, because I queue a server with American friends a lot of the time. It's a real game changer it's one of those things. And honestly, I'm surprised they hadn't tried to patch it out yet, because it seems like the kind of thing that behavior would try to get rid of. I don't know.
Tried.
Maybe I'm just
It's the Death Slinger phenomenon again, where they had it in the patch notes as fixed, and it's not fixed. I remember vividly Hens making a video being like, "Yo, the new Mage Hand, it's finally fixed," and then he gets stunned immediately.
Narrator voice: the Mage Hand was not fixed. Okay, what we're taking the second chase, burning a lot of pallets. That beautiful area we were talking about, where you can chain all the things together, it's just being burned through. Oh,
Nice
that is going to be
skeletons.
Yes. Using the slight elevation of that porch against him, and burning the firecracker as well. So that's one few option on the table. One more hook stage onto Vobo.
And even without corrupt intervention, because the first chase was in that little desert area, we still see that gnarly Gallows 3-gen. And now Latex has one more regression perk to control it, which is gonna be very, very powerful. Also, I've been notified that Team Ascension does have a penalty for the so-called WSing that happened in the last set. I'm sorry, it's the rules. We care a lot about sportsmanship in here. And yeah, we want to set a professional example. Next chase onto DW, who's been super impressive in the Doctor game so far. For the people coming through onto Bubble, really trying to prevent this tunnel out here. But Palinoob, now injured, does not make it back to the loop.
It gets it down thanks to the wonderful hand of mages. Importantly, that was batteries included value, because the gen completed right there. I was wondering, is that batteries value? Because that looked like Pallet was going to make it, but no, that was batteries included value on the completed generator. So gotta respect the batteries. Always gotta respect the batteries included, especially when you're dealing with Mage Hand. Mage Hand is like Dr. Shock, a distance check, and the maths of Mage Hand sometimes distance maths aren't already the easiest thing in the world. Batteries included, or rapid brutality, or God forbid both, just makes that so much more of a nightmare.
And you're gonna be, oh my. Crow actually gets denied the vault there, jumps into the locker instead. Great body blocking and understanding of the killer from Latex, really well played.
A pitch perfect fly stamper there from Latex, absolutely exactly what you needed to see.
I was very surprised.
Crow should caught with the pants down.
I was very surprised that Latex opted for a hook on the bot side of the map when he definitely wants to defend his 3-gen. But if you get down that quickly, hey, go for it. Just took the next survivor inside your 3-gen, right?
Yeah. DW knowing full well that going up onto the elevation at distances is a one-way trip to Skeleton Town. So delaying and kind of forcing the M1 as opposed to the skeleton hit by delaying going to maybe as much as you can, but going up a flight of steps again, avoiding the stairs is the best of their ability. And there we go.
Oh, so close.
Unfortunate, but that was a you could tell DW was very reluctant to go anywhere near stairs
Yeah.
because he knew what was going to happen if he did. There would be skeletons in your body that want to get out of your body, and we did see it come through, but I can't think of a better way for DW to waste time there. Is that what we need to see?
Latex is not defending his 3-gen or his hook at all.
No, he's just playing. He is just purely in it to get those chases. He has a need for speed. Forces the crouch, and that gets That's what we like to see. The knowing that even if they do crouch the skeletons, the distance the crouch gives you will still get the hit. That is, again, it's a mark of really high level vector play. But yeah.
So
the last gen.
We've seen really good mechanical display of skills from Latex here, but I do think that the macro game from the Asgard survivors was just a step above, because while Latex was committing to these chases, they were far away from his important generators that he possibly could have held.
And he didn't get anything out of the tunnel pressure on Vobo either. Like, Vobo was on Death Hook very quickly. And there wasn't even really any attempts, as far as we could tell, to see Vobo, to see like actual kill coming out onto Vobo.
What a dodge!
DW
is on point today, damn.
Yeah, DW's on fire. This is a really awkward hook now because it is within kissing distance of the open exit gate. Obviously, a good skeleton placement here can make an unhook a little complicated. But it is all that prevents them getting the 4 out here. They are going to be resetting.
This would still be 8 stages on for fresh survivors. So even with me maybe having a different idea on how to play the gen setup, this is a pretty respectable result for Wagner.
I would say so. Certainly not impossible for... certainly not an impossible result for Asgard to beat, but not a sure thing either.
Yeah, and this unhook has to be on point. Leader and no one left behind coming through for a super speedy unhook, but now we are using the flight spell to cancel Colossal. Very good. And then of course rapid brutality and batteries, 10% haste. You just make it past the survivor. For the people play last second.
They're double picking Vobo. Vobo's up. Let's see, can they make anything happen? Because the endgame timer is ticking. Vobo's up but injured. Again, can use the spell wheel to avoid collisions, so body blocking is less valuable. But does he have the time?
5% haste.
Yeah,
there we go again.
There we go. Vobo's back on the floor. That is one I'd completely forgotten that was a mechanic. But as soon as I saw Latex winding up a spell again, I was like, oh, I know what's about to happen. And that's kind of been that last interaction there. Kind of feels like the story of this game, where we've seen on as a power use basis, Latex is phenomenal.
Absolutely.
Like the uses of the power in chase and knowing when you can get a hit from forcing a crouch, knowing when you need to dodge collision, knowing when a fly vault can result in a free hit. That is stuff that you get from playing a lot of Vecna. And it's clear that Latex has done that. That P100 badge is damn well earned. But as you said, where it all fell apart a little bit, it fell apart maybe a bit harsh, but what resulted in the survivors being able to get the outs that they did was decision making. It was the macro game and generator management, and the lack of Latex kind of taking his time with actually killing anybody. I think again
he was getting the down super quick, but the tunnel out never happened, and then you have 4 survivors in the trial, and that is what you always want to avoid, especially if you're not playing a super high tier killer.
Yes, I was sure that Vobo being on Death Hook as early as they were was going to result in some sort of like attempt to tunnel out. But nah, Latex was just playing with his food. He was like, "Yes, you can keep going as long as you like." And it was still a respectable result at the end of the day. Due to the penalty,
Yeah,
it is considered 7.5 stages, but
exactly. A
still,
tie is not possible. It's
a
either a
tie is
win
not
or a
possible.
loss now.
Yeah,
Win condition is 8 stages for fresh. And the
absolutely,
killer player does have the advantage of knowing their win condition. And that is something that can't be underestimated.
for sure, for sure. It will not be. Again, I could see this going either way. I don't know. It looks like we got getting DW back on killer this time as opposed to switching it up like Ascension did. I truly don't know how this is going to go because I don't know how. I don't. Again, we've seen DW's M1 fundamentals really, really, really solid. Like carried him to success in the Doctor set in spectacular fashion. And obviously, Vecna's a little bit different. He is an M1, but a little cut from a slightly different cloth to the Doctor, and obviously has a lot due to how all-encompassing his spells
Yeah.
are.
He has a
There's a
loaded kit.
lot. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot to learn and a lot to optimize. We've seen that Latex is capable of optimizing that. He knew on a very intimate level how to get value out of each little bit of Vector's kit. And there is I don't know whether or not DW has that knowledge. I don't know that. Do you know that?
Well, I know that DW is a comp killer, which
Of
means
course.
that he is very well aware of how to play the macro game.
Yeah.
That's like for many players a really big hurdle to switch
Mm.
from a bit of a mindset where you can just do your chases and hook wherever and you still get your 4K, right? To
Yeah.
just slowly, methodically playing down to your win condition. And DW, I would trust him with that for sure.
For sure. Yeah, like the Doctor game was decided on that basis. A
Yeah,
few critical moments where
yeah,
you had
just
to make the right call or you lost.
yeah,
And
really
DW made the
precise
right
decision
call every
making.
single time.
Exactly.
Yeah, it will simply be a matter of can DW end the chasers quickly enough to make those macro decisions have the most impact. That's going to be the question of the day, I think, because DW's macro is down. We know that. We've just established that. It is just a question of actually, can he get advantage from the power in the same way that Latex did at a lot of those very critical moments. We will see. I truly don't know, but I'm excited to find out. Especially if this result is achievable. It's not a sure thing, really. This match is a coin flip, in my opinion. This match is a coin flip. But because Vecna is not the strongest killer out there.
Oh, what a build!
Rubbing my hands together, kicking my feet. I love Devour Pentimento. I love it. Absolutely love it.
We're throwing haste out of the window. We don't need corrupt intervention. We don't need those tricks. We trust in the bones. We've got skeletons. We've got hexes. This is beautiful.
Yeah. So we're seeing nice quick mage hand coming out into an immediate hit on Dwightful. That was a very quick first hit. We were still soy-facing about Devour Hope. Well, DW's are right back to business, you know?
Nice,
Oh,
right,
doesn't
winning the
quite
50
match.
there, well played. Skeletons coming through, crouch though, and that doesn't hit.
Oh.
And now DW is zoned to the edge map. Dwight makes it back to his water tower pallet. And this is where you want to have your first chase if you're popping off. If you
Absolutely.
dive far away from everything, we see three
Yeah.
people working 3 different gens, holding distance
Dwight-
really well on this.
Dwightful being zoned away from Water Tower long enough to get Mage Hand back up, and that is going to be a first down with no gens yet completed. Is there going to be a Pain Resonance nearby? Is there going to be a beautiful, beautiful Scourge Hook? There is one.
Yes, there
A
is.
little bit into the map. At least it's not the like awkward super corner hook. So DW does get the kind of double duty here of trying to undo Dwight Fault's good death spot and get the Pain Resonance hook. But
Oh, we do have that nasty gen all the way in the back of the desert. This one in particular is so annoying when it spawns. Can sometimes lead to a 4-gen, but our survivors have been working on it very well. High progress can already be had.
Oh, unfortunate.
Probably was an auto aim.
Insta-Scally is right inside Webex's model there for the instant hit with Flight of the Damned.
Ubex
But
can't
that's gonna
go
be shot
down here.
down.
Luckily, he knows that all the dangerous spells are on cooldown. No skeletons, no mage hand. So he's just safe to drop Shack
beautiful cutoff! Forces Webex start taking chase towards main building. And that's a down! That's rough. Devour Hope. Sound like that was Devour Hope breaking though. I thought I heard the hex boom of Devour going.
Well, this is gonna change DW's playstyle. He is probably gonna camp this hook now, because guess what? He doesn't get a benefit from being far away now. His Pentimento is on the hook, and he has a 3-gen. So yeah, everything checked. This is the new game plan. We might abandon the Gallows 3-gen and just play around this instead.
Yeah,
and
kind of got a 3-gen. It's a lot. It's kind of like in that Doctor game. It's just a kind of a long streak of gens rather than a cluster.
Yeah.
Awkward, maybe a little awkward to defend, but you've got fly, you've got information, you might be all right. Question mark.
I really want to congratulate Webex on making the best out of a horrible situation there, because had he died inside this topside 3-gen, that would have spelled disaster for the team. And we see Dreadfort cheekily cleansing that Pentimento, injured, very brave.
Right under DW's nose. That was some James Bond stuff, you know, like the license to kill your totem. Absolutely, that was crazy stuff. But DW's probably kicking himself for not sending out his spellings for a little bit earlier.
He's probably still fine with Webex just hitting second stage here and then being easily tunnel out. Unfortunately, they are hooked pretty close to the main building. But we've seen Latex earlier sufficiently deal with that little hurdle. Let's see if DW can do the same. Webex does hit stage 2. So now we are looking at 3 stages on 2 fresh survivors. 5 more needed to make the win condition.
Indeed.
But yeah, you are definitely right. I don't think DW was expecting someone to play for that Pentimento that aggressively. He was probably expecting the survivors to throw all their resources at the Gallows 3-gen. So very smart play by the Ascension survivors.
Absolutely, very, very tight. He's trying to hopefully confirm the kill. But he's just going to, Corvo's going to take the trade here. Is he going to take the pick? He looks like he is. I can see the pain resonance here being really valuable.
Yeah, and you can just catch up with the flight right after, probably.
Yeah. It also gives information too. Again, lets him know that water tower gen is the most progressive one, meaning I don't have to worry about a distant generator potentially being what's about to go. Gives him a little bit more wiggle room. Oh, so close. I think the survivor may have dropped there.
Yeah, they probably dropped to the bag. But now we have a couple of injured survivors in this area of the map.
Yeah.
Echo says he forced to unhook.
Right back to the hook.
But this unhook is relatively free. No injury, no trade. The game is slipping away a tiny bit from DW right now.
It is a snedge, yeah. Let's see, as an eruption kit coming down. Corvo about to lose the base kit haste. And he's now a viable second target. Yeah, we're going to see we might have an eruption prop coming down unless this pallet gets some serious value out of it.
He needs to get the smash it off here.
Yeah, he does.
Doesn't try to go for the tech and goes down. But we're seeing some great progress on the HUD.
It's insane gen progress. There's no pain resonance in the chamber for Corvo. The only person yet to have it used is Echo. That's a bold choice for a hook, but it seems necessary.
Oh, no. It doesn't pay off though. It doesn't pay off. And Webex is gonna pop their gen 2. We're going to the end game right here, and we only have first 5 stages on the board. We need 3 more. If they can get Echo and camp them down to death, that would be the win condition right there.
DW has to know this as well, that Echo is the target to deal with.
Has to drop the chase though.
Not what you
prevent
want.
the gate from being opened. And these gates are so close together with all survivors
are.
being in this area. So usually it's very good for the gates to be this close together for the killer. But in this situation, I don't think the survivors mind, just because
I
they are already on the gates. And if
mean,
Echo makes it out, that is win condition.
for sure.
Yeah, Dwight just decides to die corner.
Force DW to take the reduced stage count, and that is going to be a pretty unfortunate, but still perfectly serviceable result for team Asgard. That was a hell of a game.
Yeah.
It looked like a really solid start for DW.
Absolutely.
The gen progress in the mid game was so reliable, and that I think if imagine the Overwatch player of the game music playing right now. I'm gonna say breaking that pentimento, game changing.
Absolutely.
Absolutely game changing. Doing so while injured, thanks to the benefits of Iron Will, that was must have seemed like a sure, why not? If that pentimento stayed up, then the gen progress would have ground to a halt. But taking the pentimento out almost as soon as it came up, really, before even a stage got dropped, it was a lot of value taken right off the table, and that was after the Devour had gone, before I could get any value. So for a lot of that game, DW was just down perks due to the Hex build. I love seeing a good Hex build, but it very much felt like it backfired in a sense.
Yeah. And he was relying on that slowdown from Pentimento to just have the time to camp out the Survivor on hook. And with that being denied, the game just got flipped on its head. But that also means that we're going to see Wesker on Sappho, which is very fun.
Watch Wesker get choked half to death on a clog of pallets. That's what middle happens, just a clog of pallets. This is going to be a blast, I think, because again, those of you who were there yesterday in the qualifiers, watching the best of ones in our first ever day one, might I remind you, we ended up with Wesker on Coal Tower, and the Weskers on that map did pretty well. We got some very there were 4Ks coming out in those Wesker games. I would be surprised if the results were quite so good on a map that's a bit more stacked. Obviously, it's going to be a challenge, but it's a challenge. We're interested to see if the teams could rise to it. Looks like DW is back on the killer, playing some Albert. What kind of result would you be expecting to see from a Wesker on Suffocation?
It can go all the way. I would say as expected result is again roughly 7 stages, but 4Ks are very possible. I think this is the first time I see this matchup since the BT changes, which probably allow the survivors that are being tunneled to at least make something and probably get a better death spot, be hooked away further from the 3-gen that the killer is trying to hold. So yeah, those changes just made every matchup a little bit more survivor-sided in the first place.
Absolutely. Sorry, I'm just reading the Twitch chat. Dreamer Steamer doesn't like the scary clowns on the posters behind me. I'm sorry. No, can I? Well, a lot of this art behind me. That's that was the bottom 2 pictures. The ones of the artist were done by my wonderful artist friend Azula, and the others are all stuff I got from a horror convention I went to with her. So that's kind of my little wall of posters.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm sorry if that's Art the Clown from Terrifier 3 and then Captain Spaulding from House of a Thousand Corpses. So yeah, sorry if that upsets you at all, Dreamer Steamer. But you don't need to see it much longer because we're about to go into the Wesker round. That was a nice segue.
Speaking of art, quick shout out to my friend Miley, who designed the team logo for Team Asgard. Very talented artist.
So it would seem. Nicely done by them. So we'll be getting into a bit of the Burt.
We do see the survivors spawn on the top side, or did one of them spawn split? We have agitation, very much needed on suffocation pit. You want your hook in the right position, and I do think that is, yeah, we definitely have a 4-gen top side. So DW is just scouting the bot side area. Maybe he finds the cross, which he does, and he's hoping to get a quick tag before mainly focusing on this top side of the map, where you can see 4 beautiful red generators waiting to be defended.
Yeah, a lovely little cluster. That's going to be... Yeah, he's just forcing Wobex as far away from the correct gens as he can. Seems like a reasonable choice, but only just taking the pallet and buggering off just in case any more survivors try to sneak over to the gens. And he has found, is that Ochi in the distance, I think?
Yeah, this is just such a nasty corrupt intervention RNG, because literally all gens that are not topside are blocked. So all survivors have to fully cross to work anything inside this topside 4-gen. This couldn't be a better start for DW, just RNG wise. Yo! Wobex gets a second stun on a very unsafe pallet. Super well played. And these individual chases are what we're gonna need to see. This hook on this tile is gonna make it so much harder to play for Wesker.
Absolutely. DW forced to chew on pallets and for a while. Oh, almost getting the slap, but not quite. The drop pallet hit means I like to convert to a hit unless it just goes to 50-50. Gonna get the M1. Oh, he's gonna try and take the throw.
Yes,
oh, that's a 1-inch throw.
The Beetle add-on coming in clutch.
Yes.
Intended as a meme add-on, but turns out it's actually Wesker's strongest chase add-on. But the first generator already pops. Now we only have a 3-gen on this top side. DW is still chasing exactly where he wants to be chasing. And by depleting these resources, it's going to be so much harder later into the game for the survivors to finalize popping the gens. Beautiful read, wins the 50.
Absolutely. Like, DW's taking the chase absolutely where he needs to be taking it, but it's not to discredit how long Wobex has been holding that chase. It has been... what is the term I've used in a video before? He's kind of flying DW like a kite right now. That was a really, really great chase. But that is a hook in the middle of the critical 3-gen. Again, with Beetle, we're going to see a lot of throws, so we're going to hopefully see more displacement away from the hook, should people try and get a cheeky trade in. It will be... We're in for a slog, I think. Everyone settle down, get yourself nice and warm, get a hot drink and a blanket. I think we're going to be here for a little while.
I'm not too sure. I think the survivors are actually in quite a good position. There's unhook coming in for free, and this generator on the right side of the top side already being at roughly 40% progress. Tunnel out being attempted onto Obex, but...
Oh, balance landing being a huge way to...
What a flick. Unfortunately, the throw doesn't connect.
That was a hurricane of emotions. The balance landing into the grab, into the missed throw. That was just... There was a lot. There was a lot there.
Obex wins the 50 here on the TNL. And the chase has successfully been taken far away from the top side 3-gen. Now, does DW just decide to hook bot side and play his bot side gens instead? Because I'm pretty sure... No, he can't do it anymore. He needs to go back top and defend his gens. Otherwise, he does not have a 3-gen to hold on to. Does find Dwightford, who was stealthing around the completed generator.
Trying to force the grab. Oh, but punished for not taking the M1 there by not making any collision or anything.
This is the second time that a throw has not connected, and it is so costly.
Absolutely, that is the downside of Beetle. And there goes the 2nd-gen popping on main building side. Looks like DW now has no viable 3-gen. He's going to try to take the tunnel out and maybe try and see what he can scavenge. But Rubik's taking to an area of the map where there are plenty of resources still to be used. This is slipping rapidly out of DW's control. Rubik's burning resources to save his life, which makes sense. Knowing full well that a long chase now is going to be all he needs to get the last couple gens done. That's an unlucky slam.
Really well played by DW. Wubix does
Absolutely.
go down here. It is looking like the 4th generator is gonna be completed by Corvo in the distance.
Indeed.
And the tunnel out comes through at, well, basically 1 gen remaining, because it is very unlikely that DW will be able to interrupt this one.
Yeah. So someone is dead, but the 3 gens have been broken. And there's only 3 gens left in the match. So this is going to be a challenge.
And we have
See
3
if
stages
DW
to
can
go
turn
so for it right now, with only 1 injury on the board. DW does not have a lot of pressure. He will have to pop off now to make this happen. And he's starting
That's
with
how
a
it
beautiful
starts,
dash
yeah.
combination.
That's how we do it. Does he drop Corvo and force him to get a spray?
Yeah.
Or work on Gen Injure?
Needs to get healed,
He knows he
needs
has to
to
defend his
get
gens.
spray.
He knows he has to defend his gens.
This is how you get pressure.
Yeah. DW now is in a position where he can make few, if any, mistakes.
It's Dwight's fault. So he finds
That's
the
the
injured
one.
survivor who is hindered. This is the perfect chase for DW to take.
Oh!
Dwight tries a little something, but can't quite make it work.
Yes. Let's hopefully see a pain res coming out here if we can. He's got the agitation. Hopefully can find one. There's one nicely. Yeah. DW's path back into like a 4K here are narrow, but if I was, this is how I would do it. You know, if I was good enough, which I'm not.
Sure.
But you know what I mean. These, you know what I mean. These are the steps you need to be taking to turn this game around.
Yeah. This should be from this standpoint for the survivors. If they don't get a couple of survivors out of the gate, they're gonna be kicking themselves. Just because this map is so split, it should never be possible for the mastermind to hold these gens. Corvo does get found here. He represents another pain res for DW. Takes the vault on this pretty unsafe pallet that has oh so much mind game potential.
Oh, he respects. Oh, he is respecting those vaults because he also knows he can do it. He's got the hinder on him, but Archie's almost got last gen done. So can he get the
he slugs.
He chooses to slug. Oh, this might be a blunder if he couldn't get the pain res. Adrenaline comes in on Corvo.
No.
Oh,
DW
absolutely punished. That was an enormously painful punishment. There's a throw into slam, but on Archie, it's going to be a fresh hook at least if he can convert this. But
Corvo's on the gate already.
Yeah, that was a heartbreaking adrenaline moment. Absolutely gut-wrenching. Maybe that was his plan, was to leave Corvo on the ground, force get let them complete the last gen, but maybe try and make something happen in the end game with one person on the ground. Adrenaline completely shuts that idea down. Completely. Took a gamble and it paid off. Not at all.
Yeah, this is gonna be a basement hook, and we already see Dwight saying, "Nah, I'm out of here." The survivors take a pretty solid win condition.
Indeed.
I called it 7 stages.
Absolutely, you did. That was not a. Whew, that was a game.
Why is it so stressful with DW? It always comes down to last second decisions.
DW lives for the drama. DW lives for the drama. I won't lie. I definitely feel like DW's probably banging his head against the desk after the couple of those bound hits did not convert into health states. Lots of 1-inch throws that went nowhere. You know, it was a challenge. That was a certified Albert Wesker moment. But no, there were still some really tight plays. The survivors handling the gens exactly the way that they had to do it. For a second, looking like DW could turn it around at the end, but it was just too little too late, I think. Too much. He got the tunnel out, but at way too big a cost.
The survivors were on a crunch. They were not resetting. They were not spraying. They were doing everything in their power to get those gens out of the way, and they got them done. So they had a game plan, and they executed it perfectly. The adrenaline is just always the last survivor. You're slugging. They always have your B. In this case, they have adren. It's just so heartbreaking for DW because if Urbex does not have adren there, this game changes a lot.
Oh, for sure. Like who was it? It was Corvo. Yeah, if it was Corvo,
It was Corvo, okay.
if Corvo had remained slugged there, both the remaining sides were injured. I think one of them was also fully infected.
Yeah.
Um,
That could have been a 4K
then
at 0 gens.
absolutely, I could have been a turnaround. All we would need is getting a grab into, say, a hook on one of the survivor, getting a fresh, and then that forces the last survivor to get a pickup rather than do the gens, and they're in the whack-a-mole situation where they have to get the survivors up quick and then work on the gates quicker than DW can get downed, with the infection kicking in for the hinder and all kinds of bit of a clown fiesta. But that single adrenaline changed those maths completely. It shut the door on DW's ability for a late game turnaround in anything more than another kill. Yes, I imagine DW is probably tearing his hair out at that one.
Yeah. And like, I get the play, because hooking the survivor is gonna take too long. Even with agitation and pain rest, you won't be interrupting that gen, just because these animations just take their sweet time. So
do.
you're just gambling to maybe interrupt the last gen, and then everything just goes super wrong, and you end up with 7 stages, 3 fresh hooks, which is, a beatable result for Ascension's killer player now. But we've
Absolutely.
seen Asgard on the survivor side, and especially the doctor set, they really impressed me.
They did indeed. So we will see. Again, this I said there's a lot tonight, but it feels like it could go either way. This map is not one that Wesley get to 4K on terribly often, as you said.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see how Wobex rises to the challenge. He played it because obviously he was the tunnel out in DW's Wesley game, and he made DW pay for it every step of the way. So we'll see. He clearly knows the map, knows the killer really well. So let's see how much he can bring that to bear in his killer game.
And immediately we see Urbex having a way worse corrupt spread. Finds his first chase onto Palaloop, and he will be able to just comfortably take the chase topside and chase inside the corrupted gens. Palaloop, pretty solid at 1v1s. Does take a tag over the pallet here with power, so he's gonna be infected down the road. And Urbex seems to commit to this chase on the top side.
Any sign of a potential balanced landing proc here? I'm not seeing a hill that Palaloop may be able to use. Yeah, I think the hill might be on Shack side.
You can balance off main building.
That is true.
That is true. But you would need to take the forge from the other
direction.
Was
that head on? Is that DW bringing that head on? That's what we want to see. Forcing Urbex to completely drop the chase, especially because Palaloop does still have their balanced up, and they're in position to use it now. There's Robbo just, feeding Urbex pallets. Crow's got gen progress. This is all the survivors kind of all coming together as a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, and I don't blame Urbex for falling for a head-on there. It's very unlikely that survivor would be in position this perfectly, but it does extend his first chase so much.
And in Sappho main can be challenging to avoid at that specific door, because there's what are you going to do, not go into main building?
Vobbo just sends it and wins 2 super crucial 50s. Entity blows the window.
Vobbo's playing this like a poet, There's a rhythm to it. I love it. Absolute nerves of steel.
He can't avoid the tag any longer, though.
No, unfortunately. The entity blocker biting him real hard there. But Vobbo played that beautifully. Absolutely textbook. And the entity blocker is going to expire in not a huge amount of time. So we might see Vobbo. Yes, it's gonna. Yeah, so it'll
force to drop the chase. Needs to contest this gen in the second.
The second time where it's taken a tag and then been forced to drop the chase. Oh
no. I'm feeling for Urbex here. The nerves are maybe getting to him. Just nothing working.
DW pulling the wall down a little bit with that flashbang over Urbex's eyes. That was brutal.
Nice mind game on this maze tile, but DW has the check spots, playing it really well. Another gen topside pops. Oh, Great use of line of sight here. Does get slammed by power eventually though. And this is still not a single hit coming through. We see Vobo immediately got on a gen topside injured. And the gen pressure is just overwhelming right now for Urbex on
Notably,
the Western.
Palalute not on a gen. I was trying to think who has the head on, but it's DW who has the head on. It's not Palalute.
It might just be
that with the head on.
It might just be an interface bug, which happens oh so often. The down finally comes through. Last gen on bot side pops. We are at basically 1 gen remaining, and now you need to watch out for the pallet save, so it's gonna take even longer to hook this damn survivor.
Absolutely, and essentially going for the corner pain resonance rather than the basement hook seems responsible. But we will see how much time it actually.
Oh my god!
Oh!
They have another one.
Oh my lord! Dios Neo and a side order of fries. No 3 gen. Robbo's gen's at 80%. Oh, this is brutal. Yeah. I don't see a way that Wobex turns this around unless it performs a ritual. Yes, this is.
You know it or something.
Yeah, it's like the secret 5th perk slot. Just die.
So of course in your pubs, sometimes you're gonna have that one juicer who runs the killer for 5 gens. This has been a team effort to run the killer
really
for 5
has
gens.
Been.
And I think that's even more impressive. Balanced landing coming through there.
Every single person playing their role to perfection. You know? The head on into the multiple force chase drops at main building. Robbo playing those windows beautifully. DW forcing them to travel across the map where the resource was still untouched. Every single thing, every last, every trick, one stage. That was brutal. Absolutely spectacular survivor play. I know. If I was Wobex, I'm getting something stiff to drink after this game. That was brutal. But a valiant attempt was made, but the survivors were absolutely on it. Absolutely on it. And that is going to be a win for Team Asgard in the tiebreaker. And then we're moving on to our grand finals. What a finish from Asgard survivors! Bloody Nora.
Definitely making a little statement here saying, hey, we belong in the finals, okay? It's like nice that you won the Lich set, but we're the real deal, and we're gonna show it.
Yeah.
Wow.
That I was not. Again, that match could have gone either way based on the 7 stages that Ascension had to reach, but the survivors were like, okay, no, that's not happening. Holy moly, I'm staggered. That was not a foot put wrong by the survivors.
So we have been informed that Team Ascent from North America won their semi-final round. So we're gonna have Team Asgard versus Team Ascent in the grand finals. I'm not speaking because of bias here, but I'm just happy that we don't have Ascension versus Ascent. Just
I was about to say that.
We had Illusion versus Delusional, and that was already a mouthful.
Yes, as people know, people watched yesterday know, I did get Ascent and Ascension confused when trying to figure out yesterday's set. So I accidentally thought we were having a Billy set yesterday when we didn't. That was because we watched Ascent play, but Ascension had a Billy set at the same time. So I was looking at the team chat, seeing Billy, and being like, "Oh, we're getting Billy next," and it's like, no, it was a blight because I'd gotten them confused. So purely being unimaginative with your name. The worst sin possible. Slightly confusing a caster who isn't really paying attention. An unforgivable crime.
Okay, we're gonna
sentence to death by Vobo.
We're gonna throw it to a quick break while the teams are doing picks and bans for the finals. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Thank you so much.
Looking forward to seeing you then. And hello, yes, welcome back, friends, foes, survivors, and killers to Tenax Proving Grounds. We rock up into the grand finals, starring the wonderful team Ascent, who we saw in yesterday's day one, absolutely shredding through the competition, and they're up against Team Asgard, who made it to the who just took down Team Ascension to make it into the finals. And with
Yeah.
it again, wonderfully, is the wonderful M.
Thank you, thank you. And I'm really excited to see this. Ascent, it's definitely fair to call them the best NA team right now. Many other teams have tried. There's been many roster shuffles in the NA scene, but Ascent is the roster to look out for. They've been very successful already, and they're not slowing down. So with Asgard being a very new team, consisting of very experienced survivors, this is going to be such a cool matchup. We also got some
Oh, absolutely.
wonderful killer picks. We're starting out with Wagner on Dead Dog Saloon, followed by Demo on Cold Tower, Spirit on Wrecker's Yard, Wesker on Suffocation Pit 1 again. And then we have the tiebreaker, Artist on Sanctum of Wrath. We have
Okay.
the graphic wrong. It's not like Artist usually is. Azeroth's resting place. It is Sanctum of Wrath 1, which is a wild map.
Yeah, now I'm excited because I know it's a tie break. I know it will make the evening last forever, but a little evil part of me wants to see Artist on Sanctum of Wrath. I've
Yeah, for
always had a
sure.
soft spot for that killer. Always had a soft spot for that killer. And this is a killer who has a limitless skill ceiling. So she is the kind of killer where a truly exceptional player can make something magic, can kind of make the magic happen. So
Yeah.
I know obviously Ascent, the number one NA team, terrifying players. I want to see Asgard give them a proper fight so we can get to that tiebreaker. Oh, wouldn't that be a treat?
It would be such a treat. I'm an artist enjoyer. She's one of my P100s and a character I play in comp as well. And I know Angels has been the artist player for every team he's been on. So he's probably going to be quite happy with this tiebreaker pick. Other than that, we have, well, just a cast of recurring characters that we know and love so well. We've got Wagner on DDS, which we've seen previously. Let's
Yes,
be
absolutely.
honest, that seemed to have been the set where Asgard was a tiny bit shaky on,
I would
compared
agree.
to
Yes.
how their Mastermind and Doctor performance went. So
Yeah.
I'm sure they will be extra aware. Like maybe it's good that they got the little warm up in,
Yeah.
because
The
we've
practice
seen them
round,
play so well on the Wesker set. And then we
without
also
a doubt.
have Spirit and Demo, which everybody knows them, everybody loves them.
Yeah. I know. I'm curious to see how a lot of these are going to go. I don't think I've ever seen Demo played in competitive before. Again, my experience with comp is quite limited. So I'm actually really interested to see how Demo, who is a killer, who's not a who when you think of competitive killer play, you don't think of Demogorgon. He's not the kind of killer where you're like, of course he's not an offensive pick, but also like he's not he's not particularly strong. He doesn't have that that reputation of being played at super high levels of play, and that will be an interesting set to see in the third round.
Oh,
But
you'd be
before we
surprised.
get to that, yeah,
Demo is a
I'm ready to
super
be. I'm
common
ready to be
pick.
surprised. I'm excited. But before we get there, we have to, of course, go back to the saloon and the bold purple man that lives there.
Yes.
So we're about to get into a lich round. This is going to be a blast.
I'm curious if we're gonna see some more spicy builds. We've seen the full haste build, we've seen totems. Of course, Asgard is at a bit of a disadvantage because if they wanted to, Ascent could like scout their builds, what they played in the last trial,
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
That's not against the rules whatsoever.
Like we're looking for a Devour right off the bat. Oh,
Angels
going
is
for
playing it safe.
Angel's going for the full suite of slowdowns.
Yeah.
Seems reliable, seems reasonable.
The first corrupt intervention we're seeing on the Lich set so far. Finding the
Yep.
chase with Pilot Loop. Oh, gets
Oh,
sucked out of
perfect
the ball,
mage
but
hand
still
block.
gets the life! Oh my god, that was a crazy interaction.
Yes, that was
And-
a perfect mage hand pallet block, but didn't convert into a health state.
Yeah, nothing a tiny bit of ping can't fix. This is a
Absolutely.
cross-map, cross-region matchup. So some interactions like that are gonna come through, where the ping just does a funny sometimes. Really good.
Reaching
records
across
so
the
well for
internet to rob the Vecna of the hit.
And Angels has to drop chase here, knowing that his 3-gen at the top side is in danger, because his corrupt is not covering that. And that is always really good at the start for the survivor side. Oh, failing the mage hand there.
Yeah. It's gonna be a quick block, but does.
Oh,
Is
beautiful.
it, oh, Vobo playing this like a. Oh,
Yeah, you can't chase
beautifully
this
done.
guy today.
Yeah, Vobo. I said earlier, Vobo played that mastermind game like a poet, and we're seeing it again today.
Look at that!
What an absolute terror! We love to see it. Angels. Oh,
This is
right.
on 100 ping, by the way. Keep that
Alright.
in mind.
Vecna might be a lich, but Vobo's the wizard in this chase. Vobo's the wizard in this chase. He's absolutely smashing it. This forces him to get an M1. But that's going to be... Look at the gen progress. One's already popped, 2 more about to go. Bloody hell.
Beautiful. And this is not even a down confirmed. Makes the
No, it's
shack
not.
vault. Still has
Oh, this
the
is
pallet.
this is the Death Shack, but apparently not.
Nah, Bobo is feeling himself right now, and Angels knows. Oh my god.
Vobo's unstoppable, he says as Vobo goes down. But
Trying to
that,
go for
that was
the
a
tech again.
spectacular chase from Vobo.
3 gens
Absolutely
popping immediately.
pitch perfect. It's
Did
gonna be a
the
basement
Gallows
hook.
gen pop as well? It looks like it, didn't it?
I think one of them was Gallows. There's 2 up by the maze tiles. Main building is gone. Yeah, Gallows is gone. So this
That's
is actually
insane.
a really back-breakingly bad gen spread now for Angels. He's got the 2 in the maze tiles, the one right at the back of the map, and then another one squirreled away in the corner on one of the balconies. This is a really messed up gen spread that he did not get much value out of. A few pallets and a basement hook on Robert that he isn't like, it doesn't like he's doing trying to defend. Like this is. Oh, and there's the whiffed M1. We're probably not going to see value out of this pop.
And
Pretty
Lithe
good
again.
mage hand
No.
block.
Oh, I thought it would be Lithe again on the pallet job.
Okay, he's going right back to that hook.
He needs his tunnel out now. But
Yes,
might as well
he
have to
absolutely.
go
That's
for
his only way back into this match is if Bobo gets turned out. But Shack Pallet is still available. Okay, well, spoke too soon. Shack Pallet is no longer. You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
This might actually be the point in the game where Angels has to start playing for fresh stages. Because
Yeah.
if Bobo continues this is a 5-gen run.
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
last game in the Mastermind set, we were talking about how it was a team effort to make
Yeah.
a 5-gen chase happen. This is a solo performance.
This is Bobo. Like, guys, just do the gens. I've got this.
Get yourself a team that
absolutely.
can do both.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And he's just going to drop chase on Bobo because he knows he is not touching that. He's like, yeah, all right.
He's basically
Fine.
He's basically admitting, okay, I can't play for the 4K here. Beautiful
Yeah.
body blocking the pallet there. Well
Get the
played by
fresh
DW.
stages. Maybe you can get some pain res value if we're able to confirm these fresh stages. Then maybe you can squeeze something out. Skeletons. There's
No.
the down onto DW.
That was
Unfortunate.
so well played by both
It was.
sides. Incredible.
Now, if we're looking, is this pain resonance going to matter? Because this can be the first pain res of the game. Because take that basement hook.
Yes, it's gonna hit the gem that DW was working earlier. That one by the
Yeah.
water tower in the corner.
We can check in on the wonderful Crow. Yeah, I think that's Crow getting off a gen, and that sounds like it's almost completed.
Oh my goodness.
So that's probably where the pain res ended up going. That gen. Oh, that's going to be a very valuable pop goes the weasel. Very, very valuable.
Absolutely.
Smashing that gen. Just like you should smash that smash that subscribe button and use your Prime sub. Haha.
Ooh!
Plug. I'm a
great
YouTuber. That's what I
segue.
gotta do. I'm a YouTuber. I'm used to this.
We see Bobo on another gen that's about to
Yeah.
pop. Safe reset coming through in the main building. The survivors trying to play it a tiny bit slow, but Angels finds them with the Dispelling Sphere, getting the
Interrupting the
Killer
reset, huge
Instinct
amount
on
of
both
value.
of them. And now he knows where 2 injured survivors are. They need to make a good chase happen here. No skeletons coming through.
It's flying right back to the
He
gen. He's
has to drop
paranoid
the chase again, yeah.
paranoid about the gen being completed, but they've just seemingly abandoned it.
It's a
It's still
smart
regressing.
decision.
Yeah, it's like, right, they got hit with a pop goes the weasel from space and there's an eruption in the chamber, so let's just now gen's condemned.
Yeah, there's been so many resources depleted in that desert area that the survivors are, they are like, you know what? We play this safe. We have time to reset. The gen is regressing,
Yeah.
okay, but our gen spread is so good we can actually split it later.
Well, there's
One healthy
Pala.
person is gonna try to pressure this one, but the value the survivors get out of this is huge. Just working on a gen for free, getting a reset onto 2 people, dodging the skeletons every single time without fail. It's beautiful.
I could see this as kind of a non-committal gen to work on. You know, one you're working just to give him the excuse to be hit, rather than being a gen you're going to actually complete.
Yeah, and if you're pre-running
hit with so
properly,
much aggression now.
you still make it to main. You win the 50. Well played. Good patience. Hallelujah.
No, Paladin played that brilliantly. It's like, hey, nice window vault.
Angels is being ran right now, which is super
Yes.
unusual. He is a top tier killer player, and these survivors are making it look easy.
They are. First Robbo performing activities. Oh, there's the last gen. Pala gets down for it.
No!
Oh, if the cactus hadn't been there, if the cactus had not been there, that could have been backbreaking. Paid Flora, yeah.
Does he make this hook? Yeah, he barely makes the hook, and the
Just
very
about
edge.
makes the corner hook.
Our survivors are gonna take out 5 stages.
Yes, they are.
That's
Oh yeah, 4
result.
stages, 2 freshes. That's gonna be a cracking result.
It's actually 5 stages, 3 fresh,
yes.
but that's still a wonderful result for the survivor side.
Yes, I thought he'd also been hooked. Excellent, yes. In any case, that is a pretty spectacular result. Yeah. Holy moly!
What a way to start the grand finals as the
That's
underdog
how you
team.
do it. Yeah, and off the back of a kind of having more challenges in their earlier Vecna set. What a pushback!
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Like I said, Asgard is a newly formed team, but all of these players have a lot of comp experience, and it really shows.
Yes, definitely seen some of those names kicking around before.
This is going to be fun. I have a feeling.
It is. Part of it is worried, Ascent, #1 team, utterly spotless in the day one. But seeing Asgard capable of giving them a bit of a bloody nose.
Yeah.
Okay, we might be in for something pretty special.
And Ascent have already won Tenax before, so they are a returning champion. And they won in the finals against Team Reassure from South America, and it was a stomp. And Reassure is a really strong team, so if we're gonna see a fight here, I'm super excited. Oh, I don't have a lobby.
Oh yeah, I think we're in the lobby. Oopsie.
Looking good though, looking dapper.
Yeah, as always.
But we have the Team Ascent Survivor side, and they're great. That's all you can say. They are a great team. So I'm not writing this one off just yet.
No, there is, again, we've seen some real upsets and then upsets to the upsets. And again, Ascent are a team that should terrify you. While Asgard have really, they've shown they mean business, at the end of the day, the record speaks for itself. Ascent are a team that will not go down easy, shall we say. So I think we can take nothing for granted.
Yeah.
Until the end, however long this goes. Nothing is taken for granted.
But let's speak about Team Asgard's killer side real quick.
Yes.
6 stages is all you need. So you can just camp 2 survivors out, maybe?
Yeah, that might be what we see. I could see maybe like a pain rise into a 4-second and then seeing what you can dredge up from there.
Yeah. Or you play for fresh hooks and then you camp the
Yeah,
last one to stage 2 and you get your win condition that way. DW has all
absolutely.
the options here.
Absolutely. Well, and especially if we're going to be seeing the old Devour Hope again.
I'm
'Cause
not sure if
Devour,
that's gonna come through again.
yeah, maybe not. We can live in hope. We can live in hope.
Yeah. No, fully commit. 4 hexes. I want to see it.
Yes. It's like they will not be ready for third seal because, as we all know, one thing these guys can't do is communicate while blind. If only, if only. No, I'd be feeling very comfortable if I was DW right now. Very, very comfortable indeed. And probably Venmoing $10 to Vobo. That's probably what I'd be doing right now.
Yeah. Oh, that's just so fun to see because
Yeah,
the Boba has had such a strong individual chase in the
yeah,
mastermind set already, and he's not like, okay, I've done my MVP performance for today. Now we're keeping it up. We're not
yeah.
stopping.
Yeah, absolutely. Bobo's a force to be reckoned with. I'm really looking forward to seeing how how the Swaz rise to the challenge here because they've seen DW. If they watch the first round, they've seen how DW plays Vecna. They've seen the Lich performance like from the last round. If they were watching, if they did,
Yeah.
we don't know. So you never know. You never know. And I wonder how what lessons DW might have learned from the match against Ascension, because clearly that was their weakest round. That was the one round where Asgard really were on the back foot. I truly don't know what to expect out of DW here. Whether he might be shaken by being on the same map again after losing that set to Ascension, or whether he's buoyed by seeing Angels struggling. I truly don't know what to expect here, but I am very curious to find out.
Yes. And either way, we're gonna see some really good competitive Dead by Daylight, and that's what we're all here for.
Absolutely.
Maybe there is a chance for the artist tiebreaker.
Oh, we can only hope. We can only hope.
And right now we have multiple ways for Team Ascent Survivor side to achieve the win condition. It is
For sure.
either have really strong individual chases or play into teamwork or have both, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, well, ideally both. Both is good.
Yeah.
But
But sometimes when you rely too heavily on teamwork, your gen pressure is going to suffer. And if something goes wrong and you end up with one too many injuries, maybe the killer can just snowball off of that. So everything has to be very measured. And yeah, small mistakes are going to be the decider in this one, I feel.
Absolutely, and that's the big, like, if there was a reason that that Latex got the outs that they got on the Vecna set, the one that they did still win, I might add, is because it was teamwork. It was being organized on generators and delaying any kills. Making sure that there wasn't an easy tunnel out, making sure that the gens to control were as awkward as possible for the killer. That was the undoing of Latex, even though Latex, again, mechanically exceptional Vecna player.
Yeah.
We will see if the humble Ascent can potentially do the same thing. We might fall victim to the same thing. You mean?
A very humble team for sure.
It's very, very humble team.
I something that I wasn't even able to point out during the last game because of the sheer speed of the match. I'm so impressed that they basically popped the Gallows gen under Angel's nose while the chase was
Yes.
happening in the desert. That was
absolutely fearless.
he must have been flustered.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, given what Bobo was doing, I'm not surprised. Given the crimes committed by Bobo.
Okay. We're into the game. We're all spawning around the main building. Yes, the same build.
The hexes are back. Let's go. That's an unfortunate hex spawn, though. I think I saw scratch marks next to the hex.
They may have spawned, like they spawned right on top of it, but it's a
That's
spawn that is so rare, you might just not check it at the start. Or you
Yeah.
willingly don't want to give the Pentimento. DW in
Oh.
chase with Wispy, the balanced landing player.
Oh, you gonna be taking
Maybe
a
a
second?
restart, maybe
Yeah, it's a
wrong
restart.
servers or something. I'm not too sure what is happening
Curious.
here. We'll get confirmation from the production side in just a bit. Sorry
Yeah.
for the short delay.
How odd. You know what? With hex spawns like that, sometimes we all just feel it.
I will never forget that hex spawn because I was a fairly new player and I was searching the entire map for totems and I just couldn't find that one. So I will never ever forget about it ever again.
Yeah, absolutely. Like for me, it's like that particular hex spawn. If it's a dull totem, you'd never find it because it's quite well camouflaged. But when it's lit, it kind of lights up the grass, so it's that little bit easier to see.
That's true.
Oh, it looks like there was a double perk.
Okay. Oh, that is trouble.
So that is a half-point penalty.
Oh,
Yeah, it looks
that
like there was
means
a double. Ironically, there was double hope. That's going to be a. It looks like it'll be a 0.5 penalty for the survivors, which
that means the win condition is 5 stages. Holy, that is such a good win condition for DW.
Yeah, Angels put hope on when he shouldn't have done. That's really rough. That's not what you want to see. Yeah, that mountain to climb for the survivors just got a little bit steeper, and that's not what you want.
Well, now a restart means that the killer player is free to change his build around, and obviously now that Ascent has seen that DW is running 2 hex perks, maybe DW is incentivized to change it up a bit.
It's possible. Hurriedly putting on the rapid brutality batteries included build that they lost to in the earlier set. Yeah, I'll just have that if you don't mind.
Yeah, because if you could just like load into the game, run like force a restart and scout the killer player's build that way, it's much more valuable than just having 1 perk removed on survivor side, right? So we have to punish this and give the killer player the option to adjust their build accordingly, because it would just
for sure.
Will just kind of suck, especially with something like Devour Hope.
It would be a really crushing way to game the system. Although that wasn't what Ascent was doing at all. That was just a mistake.
No, not at all. It was just an honest mistake. It happens.
Yeah,
so I'm curious,
especially when you just played a killer match and got as you saw, a little bit flustered after the killer match. You know.
I'm curious if DW is gonna run it back regardless, though.
Yeah, but let's have a look, shall we? DW he's. We're looking at the build now. He's kept the Devour, but he's not running Penty.
Okay.
He's changed it out for Corrupt.
So
that is a nice, quick first found survivor.
I'm pretty sure our survivors should have removed the wrong perk in question, like the duplicate perk in question, and we see all of them with a full build. So I'm not too sure if that maybe is another little mistake. I sure hope not, because 5 stages is already pretty tough.
Yes, I truly do not know.
First chase is onto Angels. He's taken the chase to Shaq. Will be able to not drop it. Plays for the window instead. Good patience, but DW calls it. Calls the bluff, gets the down for free. Jar is in position with the beam, but DW knows. Jar is very famously a menace on the flashlight, and DW just...
Absolutely.
DW just knows, man.
Go away, be gone. Cracker. Oh, there's Wispy sniffing around, but not able to get any value out of that.
This is an insane start for DW. He gets it down super early. He gets pain risk and he gets an injury onto Jar.
Yeah, this is a backbreaking start for the survivors, who are again already fighting a bit of a battle.
And mind you, the survivors are playing for WinCon, right? So some goofy stuff can happen. Like they basically have.
Jar gets Jar double vaults, I think. That's not what you want to see.
Maybe a bit of a ping issue. Maybe
It
the
might be.
visuals looked a little funky. In
Well,
the end, well played to DW.
yeah,
And Ascent probably planning for the next set already.
Yep, I just checked out a little bit. Yeah, it's over, boys. That's a
Hope.
Yeah, first token of possibly a fair few to come. I wonder where that totem is. Oh, it's at the back of the map. It's tucked away in the rocky zone where
And there's no gen there.
Patrol is just running.
They're not super likely to check it.
There is a gen that's decently nearby, and Patrol is there, but Patrol seems to be prioritizing the gen over the totem. If Patrol completes that gen, and the totem is not spotted, they're probably unlikely to ever go back there, is my
beautiful mind game by DW.
Angels gets caught out.
Yeah, it's Angels on the drop Paladin, which is usually a super safe tile. And this is already the second stage onto Angels coming in. And if he gets unhooked, this is going to be Devour Hope as well.
Oh, this even without the penalty, this would have been a even if Angels got a better result in the Lich set first time round, this would be a tough situation. This is even tougher now.
Yeah.
There is such raiding against the survivors now. They still yet Devour Hope is going to be active, and they still get Papa Gen.
And this gameplay by Ascent might look a little goofy, right? But they have a win condition of 5 stages, so everything has to go perfectly, right?
Yeah.
And if things aren't gonna go perfect, you're just gonna struggle. You know, it's just how it goes. If you play for win condition and the win condition is steep, you have to make some ordinary plays, you know.
Jar chilling in the locker but getting caught out. We love to see it.
Yeah. So
and that's going to be the next 2 stages coming down.
Yeah, Ascent is basically writing this one off.
Yeah, it's over, boys.
This is win condition for DW. They're all on this hook. It's so funny.
Yeah, they're just like, hey, screw it.
Okay.
This is the life we lead.
Sending it for the flashlight safe.
Yeah, why not? It's going to be the 5th stage coming down. What we're witnessing here is just like, hey, this was a shambles. Let's write it off and go next.
Tenax set that tournament just dropped. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah,
that's the cross ping.
I should definitely pitch that for April, by the way, for the April Fool's Day event. Sandbag tournament. I'm sure that'll go well.
Yeah, still here. Yeah. He's looking out for a potential cracker save because, hey, we're at 5 gens. We're just juking now.
Yeah, you don't want to. Would be you want to rob Ascent of any potential pride they might have by getting a cracker save.
You see the Ascent survivors, they know, right? They know they fucked up, they want to get out of this match, and like, who can?
Yeah, that's all right. It's over, boys. Yeah, I kind of respect that ability to kind of know when to effectively fold them.
Yeah, you're just mentally preparing for the next set already. You're just joking around. You're not taking this seriously. Of course, you're taking the event seriously, but this particular game, you're just like, yeah, we messed it up. We can still win. Don't worry. Let's not.
Yeah, this set was several different flavors of over for a bit. So
let's not get tilted.
I can respect it. Yeah, I can respect just not taking it seriously because you know there's no point in doing so. And there's Patrol down.
Oh, pretty good Devour Hope value.
Yeah, that was pretty great. Yeah. So that is going to be it, really. That is a clean sweep for DW. 12 stages, 5 gens.
Yeah, sure. 4K5 on the Lich.
4K5. Yeah, not something you see every day. But you know, that's just how that sometimes it just goes that way. Thank you very much, Devour Hope. Thank you very much. Some awkward play in the very early game, and just it happened. It resolves.
It's just got so much more interesting.
Yes, it did.
I'm so excited for this finals.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Asgard walking out of that round with like a burglar with a cartoon bag full of the except instead of like stolen loot, it's points. What a great start to the first round of this grand finals. Wow, there's not really much to talk about really because it was kind of, it just sort of happened.
Yeah. Now on one hand, you're just like, okay, these survivors are gonna shrug it off. On the other hand, there has been, there was a little bit of drama around
Yeah, a
Team
little bit.
Ascent and their members and mental in 2025. We did have the comp awards, and Ascent definitely scored their place on there. But I'm
Absolutely.
sure they know it's just game one. Doesn't matter. We send it. Next one is ours.
Yeah.
It's gonna be demo on CT, Cold Tower, and DW is gonna stay on the killer. Probably feeling real good right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, especially kind of that almost felt like a redemption round after losing the Vecna set in the semis.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, hey, we had some difficulties with Vecna in the semis, but now no, let's just turn Ascent into a smoldering crater, just because that was again still off the back of some really good survivor play as well. Like even could you ever tell they were kind of giving up after a little bit, especially after the penalty? But that's not to discredit how effectively the rest of Asgard played in the survival round. Really, that was kind of a pitch perfect performance from everyone in Asgard, really, and that's put Ascent likely a bit off balance. I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to handle the later sets, knowing that can just happen. That Vobo is a demon from hell, and that. and that DW was giving no quarter with Vecna and running Devour Hope and getting an astonishing amount of value out of it.
And also the meta read coming in. I know everybody is memeing about Bolitar on the flashlight, but I think Jaw is definitely the #1 flashlight safe comp player from NA.
Yeah.
So great awareness that he might just be around the corner, and turns out he was. And that's just game right there. We're loading in onto the Cold Tower. Demogorgon, another very hex-centric build.
I like DW. As a big hex enthusiast, anyone who's watched my Skull Merchant guide will know this. That I am a big fan of the Ruin Pentimento, whatever you want build. So I see this and I'm rubbing my hands and licking my lips, like that awful meme. I don't know where the origin's from, but you know the one. Yeah, that's me looking at this build. It's awesome.
We've seen so few corrupt intervention being run, and I'm curious if maybe 2026 is gonna be the year of no corrupt in comp. I don't think it's gonna be quite that, but I love when there is a bit of a meta shakeup in the competitive scene.
Because obviously DW did run corrupt intervention in the Vecna round here, but that was only because he's only allowed to change one perk.
Yeah.
There goes Devour immediately. Devour has stopped existing. Wispy's on another totem.
Ooh, looping the friends here.
There goes the Ruin. So everyone's off gens at least, but that is half of DW's perks immediately gone. Shock Pallet consumed. Gonna see some penties coming up before too long. But there's still a Wretched Fate in the chamber.
And Wretched Fate is such a strong perk. Whenever it's available, it's basically picked on the killer.
Yeah, like you never see it in pubs, but it is direly underrated.
Absolutely, it's just in pubs. Survivors are not efficient, so they just have way more time to run around the map looking for a random totem and cleansing it.
Yeah, because it's also like, what's the Jar does take the M1 there.
Jar having a really good chase while we are talking about totems. This is a super good early game for Ascent.
Absolutely, it's an awkward tile to play with Demogorgon's power, and Jar knows it, knows to play it for all it's worth. Oh, getting a bit of Jar.
Yeah, Jar's this is the Jar pathing coming through. Just sending it a tiny bit, and unfortunately it failed this time.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, there is no Scourge of Pain resonance in the trials, so no immediate value out of this hook. But look at this, we're gonna have a hooked survivor on a Pentimento totem and an active generator. Where have we seen this one before, Pixel?
Huh. We've played these games before! And that's a Wretched Fate active. Critically, the Obsession is not the one on the hook, so that is going to get some value in slowing these gens down with the Pentimento on top.
Look at that gen speed on Patrol. Oh my god.
That is repairing generators at tectonic shift speeds.
Oh, guys, just chase a tiny bit longer. I got this one.
That's glacially slow gen progress.
And DW knows. He knows this is the time where he camps to stage 2. Because
Yeah, he
we
can.
have the Obsession with Wretched Fate sitting on the gen, and one person probably hovering for pull, which is right. We've seen Wispy before, sees the scratch
Oh,
marks.
there's the Wretched Fate lit up there on the
Just goes for the clean M1, plays it
Oh,
safe.
they
Anna
do get
coming
the
through though.
unhook. And there's going to be Wispy sitting on the. Is that the Wretched Fate?
Yeah, that has to be the
That's
Wretched
Wretched
Fate.
Fate.
Shows onto John, this very strong main building.
While Patrol's on a Pentimento as well. This is actually a huge amount of value on the totems, but it is forcing them off gens a lot. Jar is on their own. No one coming in to take the hit at the moment because they're all too busy eating totems for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Nice
Big life to get out of the range of the shred. Running back towards Shack, so we could see quick pallet break. Nothing special there. Creating a dead zone around Shack, maybe crossing.
If Jar goes down around the Shack, we are gonna have the same situation again. We're just gonna
exactly
have
with the lit Penty right next to
Pentimento
the
in basement. But we've got to get it out first. And
Yes,
Angel's
we do.
coming in for the hit tank now.
Yeah, Angel is absolutely fearless. There's a high progress generator right here. Doesn't stop to kick it. Seems reasonable.
Yeah, you need your pressure.
Oh,
right now.
Jar
That shred
picking a
doesn't
really
connect.
good place to get chased and possibly a good place to die. Oh, there's another pallet here.
Oh,
Jar's gonna
no.
take it. Oh, down next to a high progress generator. That's not what you want to see.
Jar got
This is a
surprised
kick.
by the snake tile.
Yeah.
Probably
gonna
thought
be-
that this was a maze tile instead and just kind of ran into nothing there.
Side note, calling it a snake tile. I remember that for the future because I had a problem yesterday trying to name that tile. Didn't know it was called a snake tile. So thank you very much for that, Emmy. I'll write that down.
You're welcome, you're welcome.
The
Okay,
lit Penty
now
decently close to the hook.
DW is sweating a tiny bit, though. He
Yeah.
still has the Pentimento, but the Wretched Fate is gone.
Multiple high progress generators. He's going to tunnel back to hook. Yeah,
One
that's the
survivor
upside down.
injured.
Oh, there's a couple of pallets here. I'm actually get shredded down here since he's got the time.
He got the aura on his portal on the other gen. I'm sure
Yeah.
he knows about that.
Yep, there we go.
The killer instinct,
gonna-
not the aura.
Is he going to walk back? Is he going to... Well, Penty's active, so he's under no immediate pressure to contest that gen, but he can just try and protect the hook and force... He's not sure. He doesn't know which survivor is doing it critically. A big thing about killer instinct over auras. He doesn't know who is on that gen. Only that somebody is. So for all he knows, Angels is the one on that gen. Okay, taking the trade.
Last second, beautifully played by
Gen
Ascent. And he
gonna
decides to
take
go
the
for the
trade.
fresh hook.
Yeah, taking the fresh, taking the trade. Seems reasonable.
Again,
Taking the
demos is set
time.
where 4 kills are not expected at all. You're again looking
Yeah.
at around 6 stages.
Oh, hello! Interrupting the team over here. Penty's going to go up next to the chase. Oh, he's caught Angels out. Is that Angels? Yeah, that's Angels.
That
I
is
think.
Angels. And if this is a basement hook, that's already a pretty good result for DW,
Yeah.
I think.
I would agree.
To make this world one more time, he
Nice
does
shred
not.
hit. Basement hook with a Penty on it. Second wind coming in off of Jar.
Wispy
Oh,
on the
he has
beam.
the sense. He smells Wispy on the air. That's a hit. Can he convert this into a second down? Unlikely, but not impossible.
He's in a dead zone. He is gonna commit this and have 2 people in the basement
so
potentially.
close. Two
Pallet
hooks.
here.
Oh, there's a pallet here.
Fast
Oh,
locker.
yes. Forcing a locker grab. Does
Does
he?
Jar get the pickup in time? You can see him rotate over the map there, but Jar is on
Yeah.
death hook.
Yeah. The second
And
wind's
he
going to...
takes
Oh,
the
that clean
closer
break
hook.
actually off Jar. That's clean break, not second wind. Yeah, it's clean break.
Look, the Penty's slowing down the heal.
Oh, that's rough. Clean break's actually a really good way to work around the Pentimento, though, because unaffected by healing speeds.
Yeah.
Enormous
Such a good
risk,
time.
though. Dead on hook survivor with an active clean break, so they're broken. Going for that pickup, it's a risk.
Oh my god. DW has so much pressure. And
Absolutely.
Ascent are
but
juggling it so well. They're
Jar's-
putting up such a good fight
Absolutely.
here.
Jar's going to get their clean break heal in just a couple of seconds.
And then he's gonna be there for the hit tank as well.
Yes. Oh, but...
Battling by Angels.
Oh,
Nice.
big,
Quick down coming through.
Big down, but it's under a pallet. Oh, he hears the totem being worked on. Is he going to let it go? Maybe he fears for all the people, potentially?
He knows. And it's Jar on death hook. He gets the stun. Well played by Jar.
Yeah, he fears it for the people, I think, maybe. That's why he chose to, like... Oh, there's a pallet save coming in.
Well played.
But Wispy,
And Wispy
does
gets
take the
the
hit for it, I
Pentimento.
believe. Oh, that's such a...
No. It
Such
was
a-
Jar who got the save, and Wispy got rid
Yeah.
of the Pentimento at the same time.
Oh, yes, fair enough.
So
Hard to tell,
DW
because
loses
I thought it
everything there.
M1. Yeah, the gamble pays the opposite of off. It pays on. And that's another gen popping. Last gen is high completion. DW has no perks. Everyone is alive. It's all come tumbling down off the back of pallet save plus the penty break. Misses the shred.
juke.
Oh, what a collapse!
Now
of
Angels can take it.
resources.
Again, DW, all he can do is watch.
Yeah.
Wow, great
What a
rotation. Sending in
What
the...
a collapse of value. Takes the down on Jar. He's gonna get
That was so well played, sending in the injured Death Hook Jar to play for the pickup. while-
absolutely. It was dangerous, but it worked out.
Yeah. And DW is going for the fresh hook here, just committing to Angels in a dead zone. This is probably gonna be 6 stages, 3 fresh, which very much expected.
Yeah.
Very decent result for both sides for sure. Survivors can be happy. Smash it on the edge map. Wait a second.
Holy. Oh, doesn't quite make it anywhere with that smash hit though. That's going to be a basement hook.
And this is probably just going to be a handshake on the previously
I can
mentioned
see
6
that.
stages.
It's way too far from a door to try and do anything safely.
And both sides can be happy with this one, in my opinion.
For sure.
They're trying to open both gates. Maybe they want to go for a play here. It's very risky, in my opinion.
It is, yeah. Well, that'd be 7 stages if Angels goes to dead.
You're right, it's 7 stages.
See, normally I'm the one miscounting stages, so I feel smart right now.
To be fair, sometimes the spectator client is a bit bugged.
Of course, yes.
Wait, did we ever get a hook on patrol? Yes, when we traded
patrol
on the
hook,
active
yeah.
gen. Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
so it's
yeah,
gonna be
everyone
7
just-
stages for
yes.
fresh. Very
for
important
fresh.
that it's 4 fresh stages, but they are actually trying to go for a pull here. Back
Yeah.
off!
I guess then it was always fun when you switch to Lara's perspective because it always cues a voice line up if you
Yes.
like.
And they're all
It's
so good.
great. They are similar with Nick Cage.
Who sadly is rarely
Jar
seen in
takes the
comp.
M1.
Sending down Patrol. Patrol would be the same amount of stages as Angels, and now Wispy has to be here on the hit tank. Angels playing with the
Because they're a
base
decent
KPT.
distance from both the doors.
Wispy is here too now. You can just...
Yeah,
something went wrong with
Here's
the butler
Ratty
here.
Nancy footsteps.
Oh my
wow.
god!
Oh,
Jar from
wow.
the top ropes! That's so cute.
Bravo! And now it's a question of can they land a shred?
This with the heel tag, it's
Oh,
out.
beautifully done!
Wow.
What a heist! And that's 5 stages! Yikes!
Angels
What a
didn't
what,
even hit stage 2 in basement. That was so
yeah, what
well
a
timed.
what a phenomenal basement save coming in, bringing a hell of a capstone to a pretty damn great set by Ascent, showing us why the #1 NA team is a force to be reckoned with. That was very impressive.
And also, like, most teams would have taken 7
Yeah.
stages in a basement hook scenario like this. Ascent knows they can make it out, and they prove it. Wow.
Absolutely. Watching was it Wispy from the top ropes there? No, it was Wispy like
was Jar.
holding the choke by the hill and then Jar from the top ropes to get around the Demogorgon. It was very impressive stuff.
Damn, this
Just stumbling on the base kit BT and everything because
This
obviously it's
was
got 15 seconds now. Yeah.
this was such a back and forth because at some point it felt like DW has it all. Ascent is making a comeback. Suddenly DW has 2 people in the basement. No Jar's there for the pickup, and then clean break. Really a game of inches.
Oh, for
We're
sure.
gonna
If there was
see-
a
We will have to
Yeah.
see a really good performance from the Asgard survivors now. But we've seen that before, is the thing.
Yes, we've seen
and
it
that's why I'm so excited for this.
Yeah, like that game. I think if you wanted to say, hey, this game is the introduction to competitive Dead by Daylight, that's a really good showcase game. I think because it's like it's a killer. Again, you don't that like when people who don't play or know anything about competitive think about competitive, they think about the high tier killers and everything.
Yeah.
So watching Demogorgon, who is by all accounts, many would consider him a casual favorite killer.
Yeah, the demo dog.
Seeing him get played at the very high levels of play, seeing like seeing the coordination and especially finishing with that basement save, like it was yeah, everyone looked like they had a chance. There was genuinely no telling how that game would go for a huge amount of its time. DW had so much pressure, but the Survivor did such a good job of managing it, of relieving it, of keeping people safe. It's exactly what you want to see in a matchup like this. So well done by Ascent. But not to discredit DW, the Asgard play was very, like, again, so many moments there where if that had gone even slightly differently, that could have been a vastly different result. So big credit where it was due to DW for that one.
Looks like Team Asgard is subbing in Mystic or switching in Mystic. Definitely a fan favorite. Ladder grinder, strong 1v1 player. Definitely what you're gonna want against Demogorgon.
It looks like Wispy is the team's killer this time, which we saw Wispy. We saw what Wispy was able to do in yesterday's day one. Wispy was the man to beat. An absolute nightmare on the killer. So yeah, seeing that name in the killer slot is going to perhaps rattle Asgard a little bit, especially given they have a difficult result to reach to get to this to take this Demogorgon set. But again, it's happened.
Yeah, Wispy, a very polarizing player. Some people call him NA's last hope. And we will see. We will see. Definitely strong on all the killers that he plays. Very good on Survivor as well. Overall, a pretty great player.
Absolutely. This will be taking a little bit of a second, but it should be fine. Yeah, I'm curious to see what Bill Wispy's going to be running, because the one we saw this game was the Turbo Mega Giga Hexes.
Yeah.
I loved it, playing to the judge a little bit. Not a judge, playing to the caster, close enough. So I love to see it, but I don't know whether we're going to see something a bit less volatile this time. I truly don't know what we're going to see from Wispy.
Yeah, I can tell you with confidence that we're not going to see the same build again.
Yeah. DW loves his bones.
If I had to guess, we're just gonna see something very basic: pop eruption, pain resonance, and then you either go for a bamboozle or corrupt intervention. Probably corrupt intervention. If you really want that bamboozle to deal with main building, you're probably dropping Pop Goes the Weasel for that. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just a very kind of standard build.
Yeah,
Standard,
we're just taking a second to set up the lobby.
Indeed. I'm not too sure. I think this is very much Wispy's game to win. You know, like if Asgard does take this set, it will be because Wispy made some mistakes here. Assuming all things go moderately decently for both sides, I think Wispy's got this. Because 5 stages is not a huge amount. If it was 6 or 7 stages, if they had just left that basement, I think we'd be telling a very different story. But I think the survivors are going to be sweating bullets in this one.
And we've seen some of DW's threads not connecting, and some of them even, let's say, having a very low likelihood of connecting. So
yeah,
if Wispy is just clean on the mechanics, we can already get a little bit of an advantage there.
Absolutely.
And then it's just all about the individual chases and how our killer plays the macro game.
Indeed.
Because I was really impressed with how DW was playing the macro game again, knowing exactly that he has the time to play for the camp out on the hook when he had Pantymantle and Wretched Fate in play, then switching it up, going for the Injured Survivor, reading the plays of the survivors very well, always being aware of everybody's location on the map. And then in the end, I do think it really came down to missing some crucial threats in
I
situations where
agree.
you really needed to hit them.
I hard agree. There was a lot of moments there where it felt like DW maybe was, as I said, a bit flustered, especially after the pallet save, and was kind of felt like flailing around a little bit at moments where there was just so many survivors around, like flocking around the last gen, flocking around the shack. It
Yeah.
felt like, trying to swat at flies, but it didn't really work out, unfortunately. And if Wispy can keep us cool, I and again knows what shreds he can hit and what shreds he can't. That is going to be a big advantage already, on top of the psychological advantage of knowing that 5 stages is not exactly an insurmountable task. Compared after confidently denying 2 stages like that.
Yeah. The saving grace here is the 4 fresh hooks.
Yes, for sure.
That can always make a big difference.
Indeed.
Just if you're a new viewer, if there is a result that is tied, so for example, Ascent gets 5 hook stages here as well, but Wispy only manages to hook 3 individual survivors rather than Asgard's 4 individual survivors. That would count as a win towards Asgard rather than be a tie. So that one fresh hook could make all the difference in that example.
Absolutely. Well, let's think. If regardless of what happens now, this is going to be regardless of what happens now, this is going to be moving on to the third round is going to be, who was it again? Was it Spirit? It was Spirit, yes. And what do you think what do you think the odds are of us getting a full series of 5 out of this, given the little we've seen so far?
I mean, it's looking great.
Yeah.
We saw this should be team Asgard's pick, and Team Asgard already won Team Ascent's pick.
Yeah. Kind of like a break in tennis,
Yeah, we just got confirmation that one of the Asgard survivors' internet went down. They are reconnecting. They should be in the lobby shortly.
Yeah.
So we really apologize for this small delay. Sometimes things like that are out of everybody's control. So thank you for sticking with
Absolutely.
us.
Dealing
We
with
should
this
get
ugly
going
mug.
any second now.
Yeah. Well, it'll be no. I I should imagine it's going to be getting, especially with this delay as well, that it might get in the survivors' heads a little bit, and that does not bode well, because they have quite a bit of a challenge against a very, very, very good killer player. Again, seeing Wispy yesterday, it was a Mastermind and Blight, I think, were the killers that he played, and both of them utterly terrifying. Like, I wouldn't call what he did a stomp, but it was kind of more of a what's like a light stomp, like a press. No, that's an awful term. No, you know what I mean.
I
You know
saw
what I mean.
the game against Astral, and it was methodical. That's what
Yes,
I
it
would
was
call it.
methodical. That's a
Just
great way of putting it. It was
Wispy
he
exactly
was doing his
knowing,
job.
yeah, exactly knowing how to play the map. He does
Yeah,
have
very, very confident.
a lot of experience playing killer in
Yeah.
competitive. Has been in the NA scene for a long time already.
Mm. And there's that same confidence, I think, that characterized the Survivor game too. Again, with the doing the totem while injured next to the chase. The basement save. It was defined by confidence. It was defined by knowing your limits, and knowing what you can get away with. And with a kill like Demogorgon, that feels like that's the kind of thing, again, with where Shred is very much like it's one or the other. You hit or you don't. You are, and you're punished a lot if you miss, because of the distance denial and everything. You need to know need to be confident, and I think confidence is what this team has displayed in spades. Yeah, it looks like it's still having a slight connection issue.
Yeah, we
Should
might
be
have to
going in just a
remake the
second.
lobby.
Yes, possibly. We apologize again for the delays. I guess there are goblins or something. Whether it might be a net thing or a custom lobby thing, we're figuring it out. It looks like it might have the fourth survivor in now. It's looking all right. So unless the lobby explodes in the next 15 seconds, we're probably going to be good to go. No, it has exploded. Yeah, it looks like that's.
The remaking the lobby now is just, that's lots of things coming together. First, the net dying, and then
Yeah,
DVD being DVD. Setting up a custom game can take from 1 minute to 15 minutes. And unfortunately, we're on the longer side right now. There are some easy
yeah,
anti-cheat issues connecting to the lobby host. So hopefully
indeed.
just remaking the lobby will fix those issues. Again, we
Mhm.
apologize. Thank you so much for your patience.
Yeah, I think the legal term might be clown fiesta. But part of that is also just a certified DBD moment. I think at least a bit of that was just the lobby system misbehaving, which is normal. But we've made a new lobby. Hopefully it will be up and running in just a tick. In the meantime, what's chat's favorite dinosaur? Joking. That was always the kind of the way to fill time whenever I streamed. I've done a long time. If there was long queue times or an internet issue or something, I'd be like, okay, chat, what's your favorite dinosaur? Because no one ever gets asked that question above the age of like 8 years old. So it's more people are talking about it than you might think. Yeah, that's what the lobby is filling up. I imagine.
I just haven't looked at dinosaurs in too long. Like as a child, I
Exactly.
was a big Triceratops fan, and I
Nice.
still think that's a badass dinosaur. So
That is
maybe
a good choice.
I'll just stay true to my child
Okay,
self.
good. Well, you're real for that. We will do that a bit sometimes. Chat while we're sorting everything out. What's your favorite dinosaur? It looks like we actually got the lobby going, so maybe maybe we save the dinosaur chat for another time. Like if something like this happens again, we'll save the dinosaur chat. That's my own fault for bringing it up. But in any case, looks like we are finally the lethargic hamster powering behavior server has been rattled around in his cage and woken up, running in his little wheel, and we should be about to finally get going.
We just need the last survivor to ready up, which should
Yeah,
happen any second
indeed.
now. Probably just double checking on perks, broad
Yeah,
offerings, because sometimes if the lobby crashes,
perks are
your
reset.
loadout gets reset and you've gotta check again. So
Yeah, and
teams
that'll
just
create even
making
more
sure,
delays and even more of a clown show.
yeah,
Yeah,
just
that's
teams
not
making
what
sure
we
they
want at
don't
all.
get a penalty point here, and I
Yeah, just
understand
being
it.
thorough. Yeah. Maybe we should ask the team what their favorite dinosaur is.
Okay, we are running into more issues,
Yeah, of course we
unfortunately.
are.
This is the side of comp DBD that rarely gets shown because you're always like, oh my god, why is it taking so long? And you get perfect behind the scenes access here to what is actually happening. Because if you've ever played a bunch of custom games, I'm sure you're familiar with all
Yeah.
the unique issues that can happen. Sometimes you load into the wrong server, sometimes one of your friends doesn't connect, sometimes, I don't know.
DBD
This
client full of gremlins.
it does get quite weird sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, looks like another survivor has left the lobby, meaning I think we're gonna have to break the question out. Chat, what is your favorite dinosaur? I like iguanodons because I like their funky thumbs.
Ah, that's a great reason.
They're great. We love iguanodons. Yeah. Obviously, we're on a bit of a delay, so I'll look forward to finding out what chat's favorite dinosaur is after the round, presumably. But either way,
Yeah, thank you for bearing with us.
yeah,
Of course, this is always a bit
it's
awkward, right?
It's a
The
certified
players
DVD
are
moment.
trying their best to get into the lobby, and
Yeah.
there really is nobody at fault. I think we do have a replacement survivor now who also just has to set up his build real quick because it was not intended for him to play in the first place. So
Absolutely.
just a couple more seconds and we'll be good to go.
Yeah, it's just a certified DBD moment, really. It would not be any Dead by Daylight stream or event at all if it, worked. But looks
We're
like we are
loading in.
finally, at long last, getting into this lobby. I said, this game had better be amazing,
It
like
will be.
it's gonna be the best game Dead by Daylight ever played by a human being because we've waited bloody long enough for it.
You thought the last one was good? You know nothing. This
Oh,
one's
yeah.
the real deal.
And unlock the secret Demogorgon skill ceiling and find the hidden Demogorgon move of, like, I don't know, the upside down laser or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Were you expecting some changes to Demogorgon with the new Stranger Things chapter coming out soon?
Honestly, not really.
Yeah, me neither.
No, like, they seem to be pretty content with what Demogorgon is. And they tend to communicate usually ahead of time when they're changing killers these days, and they didn't do so at all with Demo. Even when they announced Stranger Things a little while ago.
Oh my god, Wispy has such a similar build.
Okay,
We got Ruin,
Wispy. Okay, Wispy.
Experimento, Deadlock, and Wretched Fate.
Fate.
So we have a great synergy between Ruin and Deadlock, because what teams like to do if they're coordinated, they will always have one gen at 99% progress ready to fire so that your highest progress gen doesn't get disturbed and people can work it freely. Nice blind coming through from Mystic, very confident on the flashlight.
Yep. Looks like a pretty nice first chase seemingly from Mystic. It's an awkward tile to try and shred at. Bobo's on a totem. I wonder
Oh,
what's
look at
gonna...
that.
Yeah, I know what's going to
Mystic kind of zoning himself towards the edge map with that. I don't know if it would have just been safer to play the next filler instead of juking here, but hey, I appreciate the attempt.
Yeah, well, there goes the Ruin, so the whole Ruin Deadlock plan is disintegrating a little bit.
Misses.
Yeah,
the
just
vault,
giving it a
no.
brief taste of the shred. Shack pallet is down immediately. Already creating a dead zone around Shack. That's been 3 or 4 pallets already chewed through. There's that filler there in the corner, but that's the only pallet in this immediate vicinity. Oh, and then you will be zoned.
Played by Mystic, but Wispy has the patience. So I was gonna go on a talk about how Ruin prevents you from 99ing a gen with Deadlock, but with Ruin gone, it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, and now you just get to 99 gens as much as you want.
Yeah, Mystic definitely coming in with confidence, not having had played earlier today and just showing off the moves, juking with the flashlight and trying to abuse not holding shift right there. So meant to come with Wispy. First chase was not the obsession, so Wretched Fate is gonna get great value, just putting down a nice net of portals and probably going back for
Palaloop just taking the M1 there. Mystic trying to just climb off the vault.
Well played.
Nicely done.
Mystic was trying to go for life there, but doesn't make it to the pallet now. Oh, this is
denied.
such an unsafe
And that's going to
pallet.
be down. Wispy played that beautifully. Playing around the increased base kit BT duration, Pentimento is destroyed, but that's a second hook going on to Mystic. Back into the basement, and again, this is the basement where the Shack pallet has already been used.
Yeah.
So that there's actually a little bit of safety has been removed. Although, it's worth remembering, if Mystic has got that life, which Wispy does seem to know about, there will be a it'll need some sorcery to stop, like we just saw, to stop Mystic being able to just life out of that shack and travel about 400 miles in the opposite direction.
I really like the confidence that Mystic is coming into this trial with.
Yeah.
But I think now is the time to play it safe. You kind of tried to juke twice now and just went for a bit of a risky play instead of going for a safe play that you had the option to, right? On the filler pallet on the left side of the map. He could have made the next pallet and played it safe. Instead, he kind of zoned himself edge map. And now on the shack, he just got a little bit He just wanted to get some base kit BT value, making sure that his teammate doesn't go down, and it costs him so much. Now he's on death hook,
Yeah.
can't
Well,
get pulled out of the basement, and this gen is constantly being interrupted by Wispy.
It is very possible that they think, oh, if we play it safe, we only have 5 stages in us. So maybe they think they had to play risky because that's their out. It's like if it pays off, the payoff could be enough to carry the round. But Mystic dies on that hook.
This did not pay
really
off at all.
Okay, that gen's the one that got deadlocked, meaning the one in the middle is still a viable repair target. Very important. That is not the gen A99 for deadlock reasons. Wretched Fate is active. Critically, Palaloop is the obsession, so again, not the one dead and not the one being chased. Wretched Fate is going to be doing a lot here. Where is that totem? I can't see the Wretched Fate from here. Oh, it's in the corner. Oh, it's tucked away right in the corner. That's going to be fun.
The survivors basically need to play a flawless trial now.
Yes, they do.
Because Mystic has been eliminated and, well, basically 2 gens remaining, right? This one is a 99.
Yeah, the resources are very limited.
But if Wispy gets one more hook and just camps it, it's at least a tie, right?
Yes,
because
yeah.
he just can't just go for the fresh hook again.
Yeah.
And camp that one, and that just makes it a win.
And then it's over, yeah. All right, there's DW spotted in the corner, injured. Again, that Wretched Fate is still up. Is Palaloop maybe looking for it? Oh, okay.
No, Palaloop gets zoned off the gen.
There's a lot of high progress gens here, but Deadlock's going to make protecting them, get them done a little bit awkward. Yeah, there's a central gen. Vobo. Yeah.
Pala must have known that the Wretched Fate was right there, because it's on the hill that he's been working. He just chose to not cleanse the gen, to deny information. That is a very interesting play.
That is wild.
Okay,
Pallet is being chased here. Let's see.
Great distance. Well played.
Get that gen done unless Wispy drops chase immediately. So it's a critical middle map gen. There's the cracker. That's going to be a fresh hook onto Pallet. Middle gen pops. Wretched Fate getting minimal value now that it'll be Pallet on the hook. Let's see how this goes.
If Pallet dies in basement, it's 6 stages. But we've seen that a basement save is possible. DW is going to pop the last 2 gens, and then they need to try and find the reset. So does Wispy camp this, or does he go for a portal to topside and tries to interrupt the last gen? He's looking for someone who can maybe stealth for the unhook. He's very well aware that Vobo might be close, but he chooses to portal away.
This could be a game-changing play, one way or the other.
Look at this.
Let's see how this is going to go.
It's just a free pull. Yes, it's super important that he interrupts the W on that active gen.
Oh, that's
and
huge.
there's not a lot of resources available here because Mystic's chase was here.
There are 2 high progress gens, the one that Wispy just kicked and the one up in the corner. That was the one that was getting deadlocked repeatedly. I think the one in the corner is still up, right? Or was that the last one that got done?
Yeah,
the corner one has been done. So it's just that one on the hill.
Yeah. And
it's very possible. There's the injured survivor going for the unhook. Yeah. Wispy moves away from them. Okay. Not sure where this is going to go.
So Wispy plays the portal on the gen so that he can get some extra value from just charging his power and getting the killer instinct.
Alright, it's found
As
Vobo.
you can see right there, Vobo on the portal, forced to work the gen while giving away information.
The first interaction Wispy has had with Vobo this game. The Clash of the Titans.
Oh, we're gonna... Oh, nice juke! Doesn't make the wall though.
Yeah, gets clobbered.
He can't die here. If he dies here, it's over.
Yeah.
He just somehow miraculously needs to stand at bottom without any resources whatsoever. He does have a camp trap and a tree.
Oh, right on the corner. It's not what you want to see. Barring something miraculous happening, i.e. a double reset into stealth pull before second stage. This is Wispy's game now.
Yeah, he just finds
there's the reset. There's the injury on Pala. He goes for DW to prevent the unhook, and that is going to be, again, barring a miracle, which isn't going to happen, unfortunately.
This was on Knife's Edge again. It was just DW leaving the filler pallet. Nice little crowd.
There we go. And that is what's been closing that game out with the 4K. That that was again, Wispy was in control for the majority of that game, unquestionably. But there were windows,
Yes.
windows of opportunity, if you will,
Haha.
where something very different could have gone down. Multiple moments, I think, where it could have. Oh wow, I'm still really impressed at Whippy's ability to pop Mystic right back on that second hook as soon as he got out of the shack basement.
Yeah, that was just with life and endurance. Mystic's gotta be kicking himself. It's like
Yeah,
you have the strongest chase perk in this whole set, and you get denied to use it, and then you just on death hook and
absolutely.
in basement again. That's just
Yeah, if you're familiar with the world of competitive chess, I'm going to a bit of a I'm a YouTuber, so I'm going to yap.
okay.
You
Give me
know,
the tangent.
yeah. Um, in a game of chess, most of the moves don't matter. It's hyperbolic, but there are some in any particular match of chess, there are a few critical moments, a few situations and scenarios in a match where making the right move decides the game. The rest of it is window dressing. It helps to do those things right, but it is the critical moments, the decision points that determine when the game is won or lost by any individual player. And I see DBD, especially compared to DBD, in the same way. And the critical moment, the moment of blunder, was that shack window. It was Wispy
Mm.
blocking the Lithe Vault. That was what changed the game from the survivors had a pretty good chance to be able to claw their way back into it to Wispy has this game now, unless he makes a blunder. Um, because
Well,
that was the second. Because if that light had gone off, Mystic was across the map. Mystic
yes,
was
he
in a
would have.
different zip code. Um,
So
there
I'm
was
not saying that that wasn't a crucial moment of the game, but I think Team Asgard they basically sacrificed their queen and
yes,
gambled because Wispy would never expect someone to work the gen where his wretched fate is active, and it's the injured survivor work in that one. It
yeah,
went all the way to 99, but unfortunately, DW had to take his chase towards the gen, so Palelu
yeah,
could not finish it. That was such a genius play that got so close to winning them the game, basically.
without a doubt, without a doubt.
Really smart mind game. I have not seen something like that before, and I admire it. You take a 30% generator repair penalty on the entire gen just to hide your position. That is so crazy.
Yeah, it's really heads up play, and I'm very very impressed. Well, that is going to be evening out the first evening out from Ascent's loss in the first round. So that's a point each for Asgard and Ascent as we go into the third round, which will be Spirit on, is it Wreckers or is it Retro Shop? It's one of the
It
W
is
alternating maps.
Wreckers.
Wreckers. Let's
That's her
go.
hometown. That's where Spirit lives and breathes. And again, in my opinion, Spirit is one of the killers who got hit the hardest by the base kit BT changes. You are a 110 killer. You're very slow.
Yeah.
And your only strength is to tunnel out a survivor. Guess what? The survivor now moves faster and is immune to your attacks for 5 more
Yeah,
seconds. And 5 more seconds in competitive DBD can make or break the game.
absolutely, without doubt. It's not easy. Um, yeah, I Spirit is probably the killer of all of the killers in Dead by Daylight, the ones I'm least familiar with. In part because my healing, my hearing is shot to hell. So she's never been a killer I've gone near, even with a barge pole. So it kind of feels like a different world to me.
I've got you
Um,
covered.
yeah, I've got great eyes, wooden ears. That's me. Um, but we're going to get started in just a moment.
Oh, it's Jaw on the Spirit. Let's go.
Yes.
So that's like one of the few killers that Jaw plays. And if you have Angels and Wispy on your team, that says something about your abilities on the killer because
Indeed.
Angels and Wispy basically compete for the top killer in North America. Back on Team Cynic, Ultra was also in the running, but I think he's from Mexico. I'm pretty sure. So not really North America,
Yeah, well,
but on the North American teams.
Yeah, north adjacent.
Yeah. So this is gonna be fun to watch. Of course, Spirit
Absolutely.
being a higher tier killer, you're gonna see much stronger perks on the Survivor side.
For
We're
sure.
not speaking Nurse Blight levels here, but she's definitely an A tier killer.
Absolutely, and that's an easy thing to forget too. And because I remember back in my day, I'm doing the old man thing I was doing yesterday, but like Spirit was in contention for the best killer in the game for a long time. She was for a good amount of time, in my opinion. Like after Nurse lost like her extra blink add-ons, but before Blight came onto the scene,
Mhm.
there was a window where Spirit was just, she was the best killer in the game. So, and she had a bit of a fall from grace since then, but she's still quite and especially with killers like Dracula kind of eating her nachos a little bit.
Yeah, in my opinion,
but-
Spirit is still free falling. Like she suffered definitely the hardest out of the high tier killers from the
yeah, for sure.
changes to BT. Does find
But-
a chase early though. Sometimes
Yeah.
in the Spirit set you want to stealth a bit, but Vobo playing aggressively, taking the first. No, it's actually Palaloop playing aggressively on his Senato, committing to the first chase. Very good face. That's gonna be a free tag. And we're seeing a very standard build coming out from Ja. Tag Pilot comes down, fast chase. That's usually how it goes. We got Dragon Scrub, Eruption, and Agitation. So this build really relies on you phasing properly and you getting your downs. And Palaloop is just gonna die full edge map, prioritizing a good death location over maybe having the longest chase, which is very, very smart against a low mobility killer like Spirit.
Yeah, and it forces the corrupt out decently quickly. So that's a nice little That's always when I'm playing Survivor and my games and I get like 2 tapped early. I always think, well, on the bright side, I got rid of corrupt early, so
You're a glass half full kind of person.
Yeah, well, only when I'm trying to massage my own ego.
Okay, Ja was very close to actually interrupting the gen that the Survivor doubled. So it was super crucial that they managed to pop it for the first chase. And Vobo has another gen ready to go, which is about the pace you would want in a Spirit set. Great face, catching DW off on a very safe pallet. And Crows here for the Anok. Doesn't quite get it though, because DW took that tag too quickly. This is problems now.
This is problems, team. Only reasonable save here is Vobo. And Vobo's got a gen high progress, so hello.
That's bait. That has to be bait for DW to get back and get the pull. DW resetting with the medkit, probably the overcome survivor, and he's gonna try to get a trade here while Vobo pops the second gen in the distance. We don't have any gens. But there's no tight 3-gen situation or anything. And DW is finally gonna get the unhook, unless he gets body blocked here, but I don't think Ja can do it. Yeah.
Oh, just like gets the unhook at the 68th second, I'm gonna guess? Or something like that. That bar, if I was the killer, I'd have been like, oh, come on.
And the problem here is that Crow took a free tag, which you never want to do against Spirit, right? Even if you're Ada, you're very quiet, you're injured, and against Spirit, that is a death sentence as soon as you enter the chase. Ja now looking for his tunnel out onto Pally. Flawless phase. Pally, no time to get the dead heart out, and goes down for a second time.
A swift and brutal down. Seeing resets happening here, but again, little gen progress has happened since the first 2 parts. Very little gen progress at all. No gen kicks have come out yet, so we're not going to see any Dragon's Grip or Eruption value, but that's more been a case of there's not really been any gens worth kicking. Oh, I spoke too soon. Caster's Curse, I guess.
Yeah, this was Crow's gen. He just sat on a gen while injured after realizing that he cannot go for the pulse, so a bit more gen progress than we thought was available. And unfortunately, Crow's also the For the People survivor, who you really don't want injured right now, because
that's unfortunate.
In the best case, you just unhook your tunnel out and are able to use that For the People to give them a second chance.
Well, Vobo at least has got the fresh hook and will make it, so he has. So if his tunnel not threatening immediate death, and Vobo's also got the will make it if a spirit doesn't end up committing to a chase instead. But Jar is playing very tightly around this hook. Looks like he's certainly going to try to force Pala's death here. DW needs to haul. Okay, Vobo's just going for the
Vobo
trade.
gets it. Well played.
Yeah, these guys are getting so much value out of the 70-second stages. They are dragging it out every maybe between Pala's 2 unhooks, maybe a sum total of 8 seconds, maybe 7 and 6 seconds has been left on the stages. Oh, Pala misses the dead hard, but the 4th gen pops.
Vobo gets picked up. This is the tunnel out at 1 gen remaining. This is, I would say, the pace you expect from an average Spirit game. So both sides should be pretty happy with this. Unfortunately, Vobo is still injured going into the 3v1. Probably trying to get the reset onto him on the hook.
Oh, bad timing. Sprint burst though?
Does make the vault. Did have the sprint burst.
Vobo gets the blind. He's ghost busting.
If you can juke on this pallet, that would be huge, but there's nothing you can do against Spirit.
Yeah, that is, when you're injured, the pallet can be like, Spirit can walk around it by basically sneezing at it. It's just how it goes.
Look at the macro decisions though. DW is walking the gen on the complete opposite side of the map. So even while being caught out a tiny bit, Vobo still had the perfect death spot, and that is so important against Spirit.
Yeah, it really was the right place to go down too, because Crow was stealthing in the area for the pull the entire time. So...
Don't worry, this Spirit is harmless. That's funny little spectator bug.
It's simply a ghost. Ghosts aren't real.
She is not, in fact, letting the survivors reset for free. She's over on the other side of the map, kicking the gen, and now searching for our Saga. Does not find them, and decides to go back and try and get the tunnel out. But guess what? Everybody's healthy now, and healthy survivors can stealth. And if you're stealthing a Spirit, you're winning.
This is a really effective relief of pressure by Crow just vibing in the area of the unhook to get it immediately and get a quick reset for Spirit. Can get there, get and get back. Really good time management. Crow, unfortunately, taking the first tag there. Again, going to the edge map death spot, and yeah, we'll hopefully see Vobo and DW get some value out of the time spent here. Ooh!
Great locker too.
Okay, Crow, very tasty, very excellent.
I wonder if that was a missed skill check by DW on that gen. We had a loud noise notification in the distance.
I thought it was an eruption proc.
No. Before that, I think there was a missed skill check.
Curious.
DW should have a tiny bit more progress. Ooh, Dragon's Grip as well. If Jar can find DW here, sees a Crow, sees DW.
It'll make the overcome irrelevant. Dragon's Grip exposed is active.
This is very scary.
Quick
Keeps the gen.
Yes.
Oh my god, this is such a 50. It just short phase and she's dead.
Oh no. Heartbreaking. DW tastes flaw in spectacular fashion. Dragon's Grip completely changing the outcome there. Overcome meaning nothing. But only a few seconds left in it.
Yeah, you see the survivors struggling a lot here, right? Basically just trading hook stages on one side of the map while working the other side of the map. They do have a great split on their generators. They are very, very far away from each other. But you only have so few hook stages to give anymore, right? You can't keep this up indefinitely.
It's just, like the war of attrition will eventually it'll be ground down. It's a question of what will break first, the hook stages or the gen kick limit, I suppose.
Thank you, Skull Merchant, for that one.
Yeah.
Okay, finds Crow, and we're just gonna have another hook stage fight here.
Oh
my goodness, that's a long lunge.
Yeah, I thought, you got coup de grace equipped there? But no, there is not coup de grace. Simply got those long Rinyama Oka arms, Mr. Tickle looking ass.
Because you're so fast while you come out of your phase, and you just get an extended lunge. It's a bit similar to Wraith, so it can look a bit funky, especially if you're just swinging, which sometimes on Spirit you just gotta swing. Nothing wrong with that.
Indeed.
But this is definitely in Jar's hands right now. The survivors are getting very limited progress on any of the gens. I would love to see
Yeah.
Blast Mine coming through because it's such an impactful perk.
And
But
it has very little left to give in terms of resources to trade off to the spirit.
yeah, and our Blast Mine survivor also has Will Make It, so he's kind of forced to try and do everything, get all the unhooks,
Yeah.
work all the gens. But the pressure that Ja has is pretty high. He does have to check on this edge map gen now.
Crushing, yeah.
It has a decent amount of progress, right? It's not about to pop, but it's got a bit of progress.
Yeah, it's about 2/3 of the way.
This is what we call the NPC tag. Ja basically faked going back to the Anuk and then returned to
because
DW.
the overcome
thought
rocking up,
it was safe.
but critically the overcome did not. There was no phase necessary. Whoo!
Drops the pallet from the wrong side. Very smart mind game by DW.
Yeah.
If this chase lasts for a bit, that would be exactly what the Asgard survivors need.
Absolutely, but we do not know. But yeah, looks like the last gen is being doubled up on.
Oh my god, Saga's audio being demonic, saving DW there. She's such a hard survivor to track.
She is.
And
Looks like
going
that last
edge
gen's
map
about
now.
to go.
What's the progress on our gens looking like?
Very, very, very close. They're doubling up on the last one.
That's what we like to see.
Oh, eruption comes in. She knows she can't contest that generator.
That's okay. This is still, I would say, a really good result
For sure.
for Ja. And if the survivors just get one stage out of the door, they can be very, very happy.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Will make it still active.
Worst case scenario is that Ja finds Bobo here, and potentially might even get the fabled 11 stages.
The
But,
gates
yeah,
are
that's
within phasing distance. Crow does get found, takes a
Indeed.
pretty early tag. This might not be enough time for Bobo to get on a gate, unless
only just-
Crow's
yeah.
able to drop the crane. Forces Locker. Does Bobo make
Okay.
it out of the gate? That would be 10 stages for Fresh. He does
10
make
stages. Nasty. Okay, taking the drop.
it. Crow's the unbreakable survivor. No?
Yeah. No, I thought that was Pallet.
No, it's on Crow. It's on the Overcome survivor. That was DW.
Yeah.
Sorry. I got a little hyped.
We're technically
Crawling towards the shack, trying to make hatch, but John knows.
not gonna happen.
10 stages, very well played by both
Very
sides.
nice result by Jar, yeah. I thought that was going to be a 4K for a long time.
Yeah. It was looking likely.
Yes, the survivors did manage to get an out there, but they paid a steep price for it. Absolutely, Jar played that like mid game brilliantly, constantly keeping them juggling, constantly keeping them off balance. Again, even though ultimately did get outed, it was such a grind.
Yeah.
So many resource trade-offs, so many little moments where the servers were just permanently off balance. I'm really impressed by all the play there. There were a lot of moments where that game could easily have been a 4K if the servers had been a little bit sloppier.
Absolutely. And you can also you see how chases don't mean much in the spirit set. That's where she is very close to the ST killers, because especially on ping, you're not expected to win your chases. You just always play for a good death spot, and if you survive a phase somehow, you've already done so well.
For sure.
So Ja doing really well, landing out of those crucial phases, and the survivors doing that job brilliantly. And you could tell, like, as soon as DW won the one phase 50 on the edge map, that's all it took for one gen to pop.
Absolutely. So between the recovery times and movement speeds, the thing that kind of caught me, I think if this hadn't happened, it would have been a 4K, was Crow stealthing next to that unhook. When it was, I can't remember who it was. It was, I think it might have been Pally across the map. DW gets hooked, and Crow is stealthing next to the hook. Spirit has to travel all the way across the map to interrupt that generator. And by the time she gets there and does basically anything, Vobo's, it was Vobo who was hooked. Vobo gets reset. The two of them scatter. Spirit's pressure largely collapses because she can't commit to the overcome survivor and she can't test the unhook either.
Yeah. It's so funny how Spirit is one of the few sets where survivors are truly metagaming and is picking the optimal survivors when it comes to
Yes.
audio.
Absolutely. I'm just happy to see Dragon's Grip value. I love that perk. I don't use it because I don't play killers who can profit from it, but I love the perk.
Yeah, it gets quite a bit of value in comp. It's usually
Yeah.
played on Clown and Spirit, I think, are the main benefactors of the perk.
I completely see that. Just shut distance down and catch up to them in time.
One of the big things about Dragon's Grip that many people don't give the perk credit for is that it gives you information on one survivor and it stops that one survivor from unhooking. So,
Yes.
because you know that they are exposed, obviously they cannot trade for the survivor unhook. So, it does force the survivor team to make decisions that might not be optimal based on that status effect alone.
Yeah, it's a yeah, especially again in this kind of high level coordinated play situations where knowing not just where the survivors are, but which survivor is where, so you can kind of compartmentalize. Okay, this is the survivors who like to get the unhook. These are the ones I need to. Oh, that like I need to get a fresh. I know this healthy one hooked survivor can't unhook now, so I know a fresh will be coming to get it. You know, it's these kind of step by step mental maths that do information like Dragon's Grip, telling you exactly not just where someone is, but who that someone is.
Yeah.
It
And
just
then
helps you compartmentalize that information a little bit.
if you get that down, it's just icing on top.
Yeah. And a killer like Spirit who can just say, yep, die. Definitely like to the value of it on her.
So I was talking about survivor min-maxing, and apparently we're gonna see Angels on Kate, who I would not classify as one of the most quiet survivors. She's not a bad pick, but I don't think there are better survivor alternatives available. So
Yeah, well, because Ada's quiet. Isn't Orella really quiet? I thought Orella was like really, really quiet.
yeah, she was unreleased. I'm not sure why she's fallen out of favor, because she was basically played a lot when she just came out and then slowly faded out again.
How odd.
I do find her to be quite loud when you're on the survivor side yourself, even if she's less audible for the killer. I unfortunately find her grunts of pain a bit annoying.
Yeah. I think the smart. I think the one needs to be a session one day when it's like, okay, we've got like Jeff, Bill, Ash, and I don't know who else is comically loud, Chris, and just the plan is to overstimulate the killer.
Oh no,
It's just
please.
to overstimulate. If you know the Spirit is running Strider, you just run up to her, all four of you, and just like cause the like ears to bleed.
I can't play Spirit on Chaos Shuffle because if I get Strider, I
Yeah.
lose my mind. It just
Audio
throws off
flashbang.
it just throws off my memory so much. We see a little adaptation on the build coming through from DW, opting into the Sloppy Butcher instead of Agitation. Very interesting because hook placement on Wrecker's Yard matters a lot, especially with Basement being this readily available. Long Face, using his full duration, does not get attack yet, does find Jar though. And now just holding him by this pallet. Jar knows the Spirit doesn't have power for a while, I can just leave. And great fast chase already.
Yeah, Jar's demonstrating just these like nerves of steel, and I love it. So you can get a tag here.
And now she does have her face back, so this might be a 2-tap.
Wouldn't be too
He has nothing to
surprising.
play.
Oh, maybe. Ooh.
Yeah. Well played.
That was ambitious and a reasonable attempt. It was very, very close to making it to that corner pallet there.
Yeah,
We're
this
gonna
is looking
see
very, very similar to what we've just seen in the last game, but
absolutely
with the first hook being in the basement instead.
yes, which is it is critical. Like you're not going to reset in basement anyway, so sloppy a little less valuable in that instance, but it's still a phenomenal perk. And as long as you're getting your hooks where you need to get them, the lack of agitation shouldn't be a huge deal if you're able to just get the hooks anyway.
Yeah. But the unfortunate thing about Spirit is just for kicking these 2 gens, the survivors should get this unhook for free. That is how limited her map mobility is. They don't get it though. They don't have someone in position just yet.
Glacially slow. The other gen, the one that's less progressed, is the one with the dragon's grip on it.
Yeah, that's
So
unfortunate.
slightly clunky.
The unhook does come through. No
Oh,
for the
and
people.
then sprint burst burn immediately.
Trying to body block on the stairs. Unfortunately, that's really hard to do for 15 seconds. Just taking the BT hit. Jar taking as much distance as possible. We do know that there is an active gen nearby, though.
Okay, yes. Here's Jar through the wall of the bus. Jar knows that he can hear him through the wall of the bus.
Crouching by the locker. Is DW gonna find him? DW finds them. What a
almost
great
worked
face.
brilliantly. That almost worked brilliantly.
But now we get a hook on the active gen, unless Angels somehow manages to pop this under DW's nose. No, he does not. That is crucial.
Doesn't wait out the eruption cooldown, just applies Dragon's Grip immediately, which does make sense. Dragon's Grip, bad of a perk. It means you can be have a little bit of a reach. Eruption's going to come back up in a couple of seconds.
You're slightly ahead of me.
Just wait. Okay. There's 4 people coming down immediately, booking it to the gen. Potentially having Wispy proc the Dragon's Grip.
Nice, what a phase. Such a decisive swing through the window.
A decisive strike, if you will.
I wouldn't have hit that, because I'm on 20 ping.
I wouldn't hit that because I'm bad at Dead by Daylight.
Well, I do like to think that I'm decent at spirits, so I've been practicing with my German team, and then it's me on 24 ping going against 16 ping survivors on spirit as a 110 killer, and I can tell you it's the most frustrating thing ever.
Oh, luckily, I completely understand that.
Luckily, since this is cross ping, they don't have to deal with that.
They got to extend their arms.
But this is a really nice hook position. TW is somehow able to hold a 3-gen on Wreckers, which is quite rare nowadays.
As a 110 without a ability sword, it's pretty damn solid.
Yeah.
Wispy's awkward hook position.
The saving grace is that Jar is not actively being tunneled out. So you still have one more person just working a gen right now.
Dragon's Grip onto Angels. You can
risky.
tell Tate's melodic screams. Tap the phase.
This should be a free unhook for our patrol, yeah?
It should be, but we might be able to see an exposed down here. Ooh.
Oh, the patience.
Just grazes her ear there.
And this is balance landing.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
How much longer has that Dragon's Grip got? Another half of its duration?
It does, but at this point, Wispy gets his second wind of. Jar is nowhere to be seen. DW is unfortunately getting trolled by an active gen and a and a fire barrel, so audio does not work at all. choosing the corner up death spot. Dragon's Grip has almost run out. Dragon's Grip is very close to running out here. Might well be able to get down with if this is 50 here. Ooh! Oh my god!
If that was maybe a couple of seconds. Oh, and 3 gens pop for it.
Yeah.
The Dragon's Grip baits DW in a little bit too.
It's true. It's a bit like a ghost face exposed, where you're like, okay, I'm just gonna commit to this.
I need the value, and just crumbles, and that is really unfortunate. It would take a miracle for DW to be able to recover this match and take the win, but
yeah, the Ascent survivors are in a very, very good position here. We see them doubling a gen that DW has not checked yet, and the 3-gen is broken. Great phase onto Angels, but Angels knows he's just running into the killer, trying to distract DW from the gen that is actively being worked.
Angel's chase there was absolutely phenomenal. That was the game-changing chase.
Yeah. And that is the risk you take when you go and hook for the people survivor. if you don't need many stages, it's great to go for the fresh ship. But 10 stages, I do think you kind of need to commit to your tunnel out instead.
Sure.
And now the
There's
survivors are
patrol.
playing with so much confidence.
Yeah, they have lots they can work with. A little ambitious there from DW. Does
Yeah.
he go back to Angel's Gen or back up to the bus side gen? Let's see. Oh, there's Wispy. Arguably the survivor you want the least.
And look at Jar, just having cranked out 2 gens while being on Deathlock undisturbed. It's just so unfortunate, the difference the tunnel out makes.
Absolutely, it has all kind of crumbled around the lack of tunnel pressure on Jar plus Angel's incredible Dragon's Grip chase, basically for the entire duration of the exposed.
And that is the difference that a Father people can make. We saw that Crow on Asgard's survivor side was injured and was phases onto Jar accidentally there. Was now here to take the body block, and that should be Angels out of the gates as well.
Should be
4 out.
Should be a certified 4 out.
Wow.
What a game! The survivors really putting DW through his paces there. Just a few fumbles, both kind of mechanically and as the hatch. A few fumbles there, both mechanically and in terms of managing the match and kind of get that tunnel out. That just didn't quite work out, but hell of a game to watch all the same.
Yeah.
Some very confident phases from DW, very, very precise.
And now Ascent leads 2-1 going into the Wesker set. We've seen DW on Wesker.
Yeah.
It was pretty good.
It was pretty good.
You've seen Wispy on Wesker.
That was terrifying.
Good.
Yeah. So this could well be the decider. If Asgard takes this down, then we'll end up with that artist tiebreaker we've been looking forward to. Come on. And if not, then Ascent is just gonna be taking it in four rounds. This is gonna be an exciting moment. Again, the Spirit game was really just a show of what you can do when you have 110 killer with limited map mobility and you can just kind of press all her buttons when you can't really do much about it. You have low target access because you're so slow. You can't pick and choose in the same way that a Blight could, or even a Hillbilly. You have to kind of take what you're given in terms of the survivors that are near you. And if they have what it takes to make your life awkward, may that be a single really good chase or just a good exhaustion perk, it becomes quite insurmountable because you don't really have the agency to be selective about who it is that you chase.
Yeah, very, very true. And I apologize for swearing, but you can tell how much of a Spirit enjoyer I am just by how agitated I get at the sound of a fire barrel. Those things they sound exactly like footsteps. It's so infuriating.
Of course. Well, I see, as a Twins player like me, I'm sure you'll know how irritating it is when you're picking a survivor up and Charlotte's backpack clanks. It sounds like a generator being completed. It sounds like maybe 80% gen is oh my god, there's a gen behind me and I was missing it. No, it's just sounding you're picking up.
I don't pick survivors up when I'm playing Twins.
I was about to say, yeah, picking people up with Twins, yeah, that's a bold. No, you're real for that, If God had wanted you to be hooked, he would not have created Victor Day High.
Exactly. Oh my. Like you said, it was just a game-winning chase by Angels and a bit of a desperate overcommit by DW, and then just a couple of swings later, they just showed the desperation and just the awareness of the game having slipped out of their grasp while they were being able to hold it so well for so long.
Yeah. If the Dragon's Grip down had come much, much earlier, that would have been a very different outcome, I think. But it was like a 3-gen chase.
Yeah.
It was incredible, given they only had one hit in them. That I think if that had happened any quicker, or really if it happened on the first phase rather than maybe the third or fourth that it actually the down actually took place on, that would have been a very different outcome, and I think could have maybe not resulted in the full 4K, but could have given them a bit of bloody nose. But really, the issue was there was no tunnel out pressure on the death hook survivor there, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, they're in the lobby without us.
we lost the lobby. That is
They
unfortunate.
vanished into the abyss. I wonder what they're doing now. Where are they now? I bet they're having the best game of DBD they've ever had, and they're just like, wow, this is awesome. I wonder if the casters are commenting on this, and it's just nothing.
Yeah, it's like the Squidward meme where SpongeBob and Patrick are playing outside and they're like, oh,
absolutely, that's us.
I want
I'm just
Wesker.
watching them.
No, it seems like the lobby has crashed for everybody.
Oh, well, that's all right then. I hate to hear of our players having fun.
Yeah, and would be a shame if we were on schedule, right? Like,
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we need to get this sorted back out. So apologies for the delay. Just give us a moment, and we will get everything hopefully sorted out. Get any ghosts in the machine exorcised, and then we should get right back onto the Weskering.
yes, and we've seen Asgard put on an incredible performance on Wesker, right? So they should be coming into the set very confidently. They might just be like, okay, guys, we lost Spirit, but hey, just think back to how well we did in the earlier Wesker set. We can just do this again, and then we make it to the tiebreaker.
Yeah, well, I truly no. This is going to be a wild round because this is the round to make or break this this event. It's Wesker on Suffo 2, not Suffo 1. Suffo, yeah, you know what I mean.
Suffo sorry.
Suffo as well. Yeah. So this is going to be a map where Wesker is likely going to have some difficulties because it's just so chock full of stuff.
Yeah.
It is a very densely packed map.
Have a bit of hatred for Suffocation Pit 2.
I'm not a fan of it either.
It's the map where I lost my twins win streak on. Very, very sad.
I believe that. I ironically I care about it less now with Merchant because you just fill the middle bit with drones. But I remember Suffocation Pit twins being pretty not fun.
Yeah.
Because that middle section is completely unnavigable. Because by the time Victor works around one of the resources, they're at the next one. And you just got to play 3-gen simulator. It's not particularly interesting, and it's one of those maps where if you've got the wrong perks, you know, they're the right reset, the right reset enablers. You just get cooked.
No, for me it was actually Suffocation Pit 2, like the actual variation of the map.
Oh, I like Suffo Pit 2 a lot. I can't stand 1, but I actually quite like Suffo 2.
I think it's quite unusual that they tried such an experiment with the map variations, right?
Yeah.
And then they just like threw it out of the window for some reason. Because I think there were genuinely some map variations that were way superior to their counterparts.
I think a big 2 for me that I really liked were Groaning and Suffocation Pit. Those 2 variants I really liked.
Groaning was great, yeah.
Especially because Groaning 1 is a sort of, it's okay, but it's not anything particularly special. But Groaning 2 is great. And Suffocation Pit 2 just kind of felt like Gas Heaven if Gas Heaven was a reasonable map.
Oh, interesting comparison.
You know what I mean? Like, because Gas Heaven is unreasonable. It's an awful, awful map. Like foul dirt cursed by a witch. But Suffocation Pit, it's like, hey, here's everything, like all the space that Gas Heaven has, but with more reasonable tile distribution, with a main building that wasn't designed by the devil himself. You know?
Well, you can argue that Suffocation Pit main building is one of the strongest main buildings in the game.
Fair enough.
But Gas Heaven is a nightmare. I'm with you.
Yeah, Gas Heaven's hell. We are finally getting into that game after the lobby broke, and then we have repaired it by just making a new one. Certified DBD moment. We've had 2 lobby bugs in the grand finals alone. So we're finally getting our teeth into this wonderful Wesker set.
Yes. Well, I think, again, we can see how Well, let me rephrase that. The gen spawn is immediately gonna give the advantage to one of the teams, just
Yeah.
because how volatile the 4 or sometimes even 5 gen spawns on Suffocation Pit can be. And
Yeah.
if you don't get that same RNG, well, no way to redo it, right? And we're
Oh,
seeing
that's speaking of RNG. That's actually really awkward. On the corrupt is awkward, but that is a 5 gen.
I would not
Ish.
say that this is a 5 gen. This is
No, that's
actually
fair
a
enough.
very,
Yeah.
very reasonable split. You don't have a
Yeah.
clear 3 gen either,
Yeah.
Jabba,
I didn't quite realize that the unblocked gen there was as far
Yeah.
away from the rest of them as it was. I thought it was way closer.
Yeah, it's not on the top side. That's what makes
Yeah.
this kind of bad for DW immediately.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward actually. Now that I'm looking at it properly, I'm a fool.
You've also seen
Yeah,
a survivor cross already.
And there isn't even a clean corrupt block either. There isn't like one side entirely blocked off. You can access both gens on both sides.
Yeah.
So
That is
it's
not what you want to
very,
see
very
either.
awkward.
The survivors are going to be really happy with this. Ah, barely not connecting that second bound there. Wispy. Very patient on the pallet, not
Yeah.
getting caught off guard by DW's swing. To the window, winning the 50.
Oh, and juking
Oh
out and
my
juking the virulent bound. Oh, this is not what you want to see. DW. If I was DW, I would be a very unhappy potato right now.
Yeah, this is a pretty damn great start for the survivor side. Wispy
okay,
does get mind gamed though. DW gets the hit before the pallet can come down. If this is a quick 2-tap,
No,
this
not going to
might be
happen.
recoverable. No.
Oh, Wispy feeds in the pallet. Unfortunately, getting zoned kind of back into the resource cluster in the middle of the map.
Yeah, this gen should be being worked on, so
Sure.
potentially losing some pressure on that. But the second bound goes wide, and Wispy stays alive.
Wispy
On
has
a
so much
great
distance
run
here.
right now. Running into
Oh,
the
there's
active
a failed skill check.
Still
Okay,
committing
Wispy
for
taking him all the way to this corner.
Yeah, he makes it full edge map in the corrupt intervention over before a down can even come in. Wonderful
Zone.
start for Team Ascend.
Absolutely. A lot of resources burn on both sides of the map, but the fact that they are on both sides of the map means there is limited. It's not like an easy area to control now. Oh.
This is a bit of a nightmare for DW. Split map, Gen's gone, one hook.
I can feel the light fading from his eyes a little bit. He needs to pull off something quite miraculous to recover this one. And these survivors are not in the business of letting that happen. He sees Angels moving in the corner, I think.
He needs to apply a lot of pressure on multiple
Yeah.
survivors now, and Wesker is not the best at doing that. Wesker needs to work pretty hard to get injuries on pallets, and we see a lot of pre-drops coming in immediately.
Fakes the break.
Fake doesn't work though. John knows.
Yeah. Oh, another pallet within smooching distance of the last one. Straight into.
Sag.
Yeah. Welcome to the jungle. There is no fun and games.
This pallet is relatively unsafe, but Wesker also cannot properly use his power on it.
Yeah.
And whenever DW pulls up the tentacle, Jar just holds distance because he knows there's nothing you can do. You just have to play for the M1. Oh no, he's really trying to go for the power hit, but
he really
I
is.
don't agree with that.
He clearly just wants the infection, but that's not going to happen.
You can, and then zone breaks so that Jar
Power's
makes
on
Shaq valid.
cooldown.
That's
Jar makes
really
Shaq.
unfortunate.
Yeah. What a calamity. This is really, really brutal.
Yeah, and DW is panicking a tiny bit here, making some uncharacteristic mistakes.
Yeah, I don't see an avenue where DW gets is able to turn anything around here.
No, this might just be the same result that Asgard survivors were getting earlier. Very, very low stages. Very low risk of even getting another hook right now. You see Jar aggressively just posturing for that gen.
And there's only one gen left in that. There's that one that's highly progressed. There's the corner gen, which presumably Jar's now working on. Ugh.
But you have one advantage. You know where every survivor is, right? And you know right now they're not on your gen. So if you can just find the reset, he may have, he finds Wispy. As this pallet is gone. Gets a quick eruption. That's exactly what DW needed. Nobody has crossed yet and he can hook on the active gen. But it's not looking great, of course, because
Yeah.
Angels is now. No, they're
That was
stacking. They're still
that,
stacking
that,
the gen.
that was 2 streams, yeah. That was 2 screams. Oh, hello. He saw an arm, I think. Yeah, there's the pull. He doesn't have an easy line to hit Patrol here. Oh, Wispy valiantly taking the hit there.
Yeah, well played.
And
There's
now
no
Patrol
eruption on
can
the
take
gen
hits for
either.
Wispy.
No.
And now Patrol can take hits for Wispy.
And
So
this side of the map has not been played at all. All pallets available free, and
Yeah.
one tag onto Patrol. If this is a quick down into another pain rush, maybe DW can stop this gen from popping, but I don't think it's reasonable.
I have my doubts. Yeah, I think it's Joe already for DW. You could get the
Maybe
kill here on
Wispy.
Wispy, but
Well, then it's just 3 stages. It's a
Oh.
run.
that's adrenaline.
No.
That was not what you want to see.
Oh, it's
What?
Ascension's mastermind game all over again.
Indeed,
Of course,
what
in
a
the end game, you're
collapse.
chasing the adren and everything goes wrong. And now Wake Up gets on the gate while the killer is in chase on the tile. What are we doing?
What a monumental collapse. Wispy knows no fear.
He's just
The
on the
concept
gate
of-
because he
yeah.
knows that DW needs more. As soon as he picks Wispy, everybody else
It's
gets
over,
out.
yeah.
So he just needs stages here now. And Wispy, by the way, has Wake Up and the leader lingering effect.
Oh,
so-
Dios mio, that's a very quick gate opening.
Yeah, at least I think that's what I saw.
Yeah. So now we'll let you actually down on patrol. No. Okay, there's a stun.
Stun to...
Are we going to see some resets into maybe attempts to try and take a hit for patrol? Maybe try and secure the 2 stages 4 out. Oh,
That's exactly what we're seeing.
Jar's got head on. I thought we were going to see head on locker hop for a second, but
Now we just see the whole squad assemble for
Yeah.
the body blocks here, covering every angle.
oh, he's just going to take Wispy.
Yeah, it takes him. And that's 3 stages. Jar hovering for the flashlight as always.
Jar, the champion of light, not actually having champion of light. It's more of an honorific title, I think.
That's
Is it
devastating.
3 stages? Oh, DW, I am so sorry. That was a brutal game. Not because you got the perk equipped, but also it was just unpleasant.
Yeah. Did you see how they just started the game? The gates in the killer's face while the chase
Yeah.
was on the filler right next to it. Absolutely no fear, knowing exactly what position they are in, and that DW cannot do anything about it. It just feels so hopeless as a killer player to go against
Absolutely,
that.
completely soul crushing.
But we've seen Asgard perform miracles on the
We
Wesker
have.
Survivor side.
We have.
3
So
stages though.
you
3
never
stages.
know. 3 stages is a tiny amount of stages.
It's on 1 Survivor too.
Yeah, so all that needs to happen to at least get the tie is find your first hook and you camp them to death. That is, if you do nothing else, that's a tie.
Wow. And I think a big part of why this game went like this was just the corrupt intervention. Of course, DW
Yes,
was
and the
also
gen-
struggling with the fast chase, not getting an injury or a down fast enough.
Yeah, the gen distribution in general was bad, but the corrupt distribution, appalling. Like, there's me
Yeah.
thinking it was a 5 gen, but I thought those 2 gens in the middle were way closer to the main side than they were.
Yeah.
I thought they were way closer, and I looked and you pointed out, oh my god, that is atrocious. That's like that was more of a 3-2-2, you know?
Yeah,
than a,
like 2 gens in the middle and then 2 bottom, 2 top. Very true.
Yeah, very, very odd gen spread, and the corrupt and the spawn location meant the corrupt kind of covered half of both, and it was such a clown fiesta. So much gen progress with a good early chase from Wispy, really good early chase from Wispy, carrying him all the way across the side of the map.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was a perfect storm of bad, of personal problems.
Yeah, and DW just maybe being a tiny bit too trigger happy on the power, trying to force
Yes.
power hits where maybe the M1 is just the better play, but if you're in the finals, you've got lots of pressure on you. You got
Absolutely.
the nerves piling up. You know the game is on you. And
Okay. So what bizarre recipe do Team Asgard need to take this round?
Well,
What like arcane circumstances can they magic out of their assholes to take this back?
they have Vobo take first chase, and that's all we need.
No pressure, Bobo. You got this.
That's all we need to make it to the artist set.
Indeed. Simply feel the blessings of Bobo upon you.
Vobo's on today.
Yeah.
It would be a cool underdog story to see
It really would
Asgard make it to the tiebreaker.
It really would.
But if Ascent takes it here, it's well deserved, of course.
Absolutely. Hard agree.
No, from my analysis, you just
you hope that somehow 12 generators spawn.
Yeah, and you maybe load in with 7 survivors. That's how we're gonna do it.
The solution is that you just play 2v8. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Vobo's not on the roster. I'm gonna cry.
Oh no, it's over. It's over, boys. Pack it up. Vobo's not here. What's even the point?
No, of course, all the survivors that Team Asgard are fielding are incredible.
Indeed.
And they've decided on this roster for a reason.
Absolutely.
They trust in their abilities, and we're gonna see some good gameplay, no matter
absolutely.
whether they win or lose here. They've shown that they can do it, so I want to see it again.
Absolutely. Like, we are ready for some miracles from Asgard. But you know what? This is a team that's shown miracles before. Whatever the result, I'm confident we're going to see something pretty spectacular. We're going to see something fun. And that's really the whole point of this. It's having great players, face off against great players in front of viewers. That's what we're really here for. And whether or not Ascent follows through, or if Asgard pulls off the upset of the century, we are going to have a good match on our hands. On that, I am completely confident.
Yeah, and again, this might be similar to the situation that Ascent was facing in the Lich set earlier, where the win condition was just so steep that you have to take a lot of risks. And if you are taking a lot of risks, they might just not pay off, right? So if we see some very aggressive play here, don't blame the survivors for trolling or what are they doing. No, they have a steep win condition and they know how to achieve it. So
they have to play to that ounce, and you don't give Wesker 3 stages of playing conservatively. Like he'll squeeze a few through. Like you've got to like, to do something impressive, you've got to be impressive.
Yeah.
And you don't do that by being chill. I'm ready. I am hoping we witness some miracles. But if we don't, Team Ascent have thoroughly deserved it from how tight the survivor play has been, and the killer play too. Let's not rag on the killer play at all.
And we've seen Asgard play incredibly as well today.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Even it all comes down to this. Let's just enjoy this. Oh, we've got Unicorn Medallion and Tendril. That is gonna help with the shorter loops that the palette density update has created a bit. And immediately we can see Wispy's Corrupt Intervention split much better. Basically the entire top side locked down and only the bot side workable. So
sure, DW loves that. Let's Crow immediately.
This main building is very strong, so Wispy is fishing for the survivors that are crossing, sees 2 of them immediately. That is so
3,
much
I think, actually.
Yeah, and he also knows that Crow just can't get on the gen immediately, right?
Yeah, so he knows where everybody is. He's disrupting any who are gonna like head to the unblocked side. This is exactly what you want. It's like you're a sheepdog herding sheep, except you're a cop, a eugenicist cop.
Great pathing by Pele. Really well played.
Getting Wesker away from the gens.
It's an early tag.
As best they can, given the active corrupt. Shack Pallet immediately going down.
You gotta use all your resources. This first chase is everything that matters. You see DW hovering already, just in case there is an early down coming through. And I think Wispy does not quite get the down here. And that's Unicorn Medallion value right there. You can't do that without Uni.
Makes sense.
Wow.
That's going to be a pain rest coming down nice and quick.
They only have that one gen that Crow's sitting on.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
Oh,
They have
got two.
another
Yeah, they
one.
got two. This one's got some progress on it, but it's about to get kicked into a likely option later. What a rough, like relatively rough start. We have lots of progress on a bit of progress on a couple of different gens, but nothing backbreaking. No gens completed, and looks like Wispy's got. All Wispy has to do now: find a non-Pally survivor if he wants to, and just camp them to death, and that's job done. The Pally's just gonna die.
Oh no, that's horrible.
This is
Dies
the one.
Even more in between the two gens, which is pretty bad. No DW is hovering. Doesn't
Way to play for a save because there's no real choice here. You can't just let them get the stage free.
Yeah.
Oh, taking the pick.
That's
No
so
luck.
Unfortunate.
No luck.
Maybe no communication coming through that this Paladin had already been dropped. Just nerves and uncharacteristic mistakes from Asgard coming through right now. And
Indeed.
Wispy is basically at an all-you-can-eat buffet. He
Without a
can
doubt.
just take whatever he wants. Any survivor is a good chase right now.
Yep, target-rich environment. Even if you've got one stage now and then or one more stage on any non-Pally survivor and then with AFK he'd win through freshers. You're just like hooks Crow or DW and then goes to have a snack.
Yeah, done the all-you-can-eat buffet.
Yeah, of course.
Pally does make this vault now, tries to stand at bot side. We're gonna need a phenomenal chase here. This is...
Yeah. And the Hinder's about to pick in on Pally. Oh, unlucky.
No.
Wispy shaking his router a little bit before that swing.
Yeah, that is unfortunately the cross mapping. And
Yeah,
this is
okay.
the tie
Pally
for
dead.
Wispy at 5
Pally
gems remaining.
dead at 5. Alright. Just do 5 gens at 3v1 without getting hooked. It's that simple. Then you get a tie. It's just that simple.
Oh no.
It's just that simple. Oh no, yeah.
Crow Wispy pretends to leave. Crow wants to get back on the gen aggressively, knowing they need the pressure, and Wispy just comes back, gets a free hit. Oh, nice reverse done by DW.
And there, there's a certified Wesker moment.
Yep, the hard rock is too slippery. I'm sorry, can't have a hit there.
Maybe they should have done that in Resident Evil 5. They should have made all the rocks slippery. And then he'd be defeated.
It's brilliant.
It's like, well, I could get my hook and guarantee I win right now, or I could get my chase, and that could be more fun.
I don't agree with this. Just
It
take
doesn't seem
your
quite
hook.
right. Just get your win and then
It's
literally
so
whatever you want to
unlikely.
do now.
Yeah. Well played to Wispy, well played to
Yes.
James.
Yeah, very well done, Wispy, and well done. Yeah, absolutely smashed it. What I'm still kind of in awe of the survivor display from Ascent in the GW's Wesker set. That was crazy good.
Yeah.
Obviously helped by a back-breaking map spawn,
Yes.
but that is not to admonish the survivors at all. They played that like a fiddle.
Yeah. In Comp DBD, obviously, we try to minimize the RNG that is inherent to Dead by Daylight as much as possible by bringing offerings, by playing the same map, by giving the same teams access to the same perks. But there will always be RNG involved, and Wispy had some damn good RNG, some damn good chases, and some damn good decision making. And you,
Without a doubt.
yeah, just wins.
Everything going the way it needs to go. And now it's just a question of cleaning up, seeing how much the survivors can get out. You know, for the sportsmanship and for a good show.
Yeah.
And we all know, like, Wispy playing Wesker. It's a treat.
And this was Asgard's first showing at Tenax.
Yeah.
And they crushed it. I think
Without
they did
doubt.
incredible.
Yeah, like them taking Ascent in the finals. That's a high bar in and of itself. Taking a set off them in the Vecna round, laudable. You know, like this has kind of been Ascent's night, but Asgard have played valiantly, done really really well to get this far, and in the matches they've played. Like,
Yes.
mad respect to Asgard for getting where they did.
I'm really looking forward to seeing more of them.
Oh, for
Mostly
sure.
just playing a bit of Minecraft, chopping some trees, while Crow does hit the second stage, starts a chase on DW, but I think they're just gonna let Crow die. Maybe Mystic pops another gem. Oh,
Living in hope there, DW, hoping to get the cracker blind, but didn't quite work out. There goes the window.
Oppa, that was not Wispy's intention there.
That did not quite look right. That didn't look right. That did not really work.
It's too fast on the flick there. Yeah, as expected.
Let Crow die because I feel like it. You know, the stakes have never been lower.
Well, at least you can say it was 4K2 rather than 4K3 or 4K5, right? Now Mystic, unfortunately, Wispy choosing the perfect time to drop Chase, catches Mystic's rotation towards the top side, and it's just...
That looked momentarily very strange. Lara just not being in the grip for a while.
It's crazy because in comp you see so much Beetle that you forget how much this dash extends when you're not running Beetle.
Absolutely.
Because I thought that would have been a throw, but no, it was not. Doesn't care about the pain rush, just wants to finish the game, wants to get DW, and wants to call it a day.
Yeah. For a second, when I saw Wispy Add-ons, I loaded in. I thought I saw that was. I thought I saw that was. I thought that wasn't Tendril for a second. I thought it was Shoulder Walkie, and I'm like, hang on a minute. I have questions.
Bit of a clip, Wesker. Okay, get hack tech, not. Oh, what the hell?
it was along the right lines. It was adjacent.
I love that.
Trying to end the event with the flourish. I have nothing but respect for that.
Yeah, I love that they're being good sports about this.
Yeah, absolutely. Can tell it. Even though it is a cutthroat competition, people are playing to win. It is at the end of the day. We're all here because of the love of the game, and we want to see great players doing great things to other great players. And you know, this is a nice way to end. Watching Wispy trying to get the. Nah, I'll just stab you. I'll just stab you. You know, it's got to be done. Well, on that note, it's been a formality for a while, but congratulations again to Wispy and Team Ascent for winning tonight's Tenax Proving Grounds event, and congratulations to Team Asgard for putting up one hell of a fight against a very, very scary team.
Yeah, Team Ascent now being a 2-times winner in Tenax, obviously a very star-studded roster, and when they show up, they win. They just are very, very good. Again, big thank you to our sponsor, Cracked Media. Wouldn't be possible without them. Give the stream a follow if you want to. Maybe leave a sub, and yeah, we will be back for the next tournament in 2 weeks. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you to the teams, the players, everybody working behind the scenes. Thank you so much, Pixelbush. It was a pleasure to cast with you as always.
And thank you once again, Emmy, for being here, and also thank you to Stumpy for yesterday's, because Stumpy was here with me yesterday for day one, hoping to do more day ones and these big funny semis and final events going forward. It's going to be an absolute blast. Really looking forward to seeing you guys when that time comes. So on that note, unless anyone's got anything else that needs to be said, we're probably going to wrap up here. So thank you all for watching, and we will see you in the next one. So
good night.
Cheerio.